Welcome to the Nomad Network, your first stop for complete and comprehensive Chicago Bears football coverage. Dive deep into analyses, updates, and all things Bears. Subscribe to our YouTube channel today and never miss a beat. Thank you in advance for your support. We promise to bring you the best because together we're unstoppable. Go Bears!
Yo, No Maniacs. Welcome into another edition of Some Extra Sauce, man. We got that heat for you tonight. Action-packed show. And right next to me, we got Coach Trippin in the building, man. He's substituting in here for Triple R tonight, man. Came to have a good time, came to talk some Bears, came to talk about some coaching, I guess. But we're going to get into all of that in just a second. The Canuck will be here with us in a few minutes. He is doing something, probably find him something to eat, man. I don't know what's going on with that guy, but lately, man, he's been mad hungry. I don't know about all that, but anyway, man, there's a lot of Bears stuff to talk about. First, right off the top, man, I was a little salty last time y'all heard from me. I was scarred, man. You know, all these losses to Green Bay starts to pile up on you, man, and I was taking all of it personal on the last show for sure, man. But we're gonna get to that in that part of the show, man. But for right now, we're gonna get human like we always do before every show, man. And we're going to talk about what's going on in real life, man. So how you doing, Coach?
I'm fine. Excuse me. Thank you for having me right here on the network. I'm just happy to represent Sports Chicago in style. And a shout out, right, to all of them, as well as Trip, Coon, and Doe. Give me a follow as the videos will start rolling out, I promise, as Trip sometimes will be hard to work with, but we are managing. Thank you very much. And I look forward to this discussion as it should be lively, as these damn Packers are still annoying the shit out of me.
Well, shout out to Alex Machado. I haven't seen him for a while. He showed up in the comment section, man. I was so glad to see my guy, man. It's good to see you in here, Alex. No kidding, man. Glad to see you in here, man. Shout out to everybody that came in here. Crimson, first one in here. Mr. Mayhem, Siren Collins, Minister Charles, everybody, man. Thank y'all for being here, man. We about to have a good time like we always do every Wednesday night, man. About to have a great time. And, you know, what's the human aspect of what you got going on, Mr. Canuck?
Health, man. Just trying to stay healthy, eat right. Things ain't great, but trying to stay up and in front of all that. So as I toggle in and out of view tonight, I'll be snacking on some very healthy eats, some fruits and things along those lines, yogurt. But don't mind me. I'm here for the long haul. I had to jump in. I was going to take maybe 5 or 10 to finish this up, but I had to jump in right away. When I heard this man sort of falling on his sword about how sour he sounded last show, he came off at the end of last show very upset. And I'm glad he's had a couple of days to figure. Oh, you got them teeth, brother. Good for you.
The cheapest. Look out,
Minister.
Hey, Mr. Charles, what's the first thing you ate when you got it?
Yeah, what did you snack on?
Corn on the cob.
I'd have found the crunchiest fried chicken in the world. That's what
Slap
I would
ribs.
Yeah, them teeth, he says. That's awesome. Congratulations, Minister Charles. Shout out to the guys at BCP for helping you set that up. Big ups to them. Big ups to you. But yeah, man. Shout out to Paul Rodriguez who just jumped. Oh, he had some soup. He kept it real.
Hey, Siren, I'm gonna do some of that stuff, man. I'm just not in a rush to jump on it yet. It was a long off season last year. I did a lot. I'm just not in a rush, but trust me, I got a list already. It'll be a matter of time before all the recruits and stuff we start getting into all those guys, man. We get
That's
them out.
good, man. You know what that means? That means we actually are having a season where things may go a little bit longer.
Right. I'm not looking forward to it, bro. To be honest with you, but I know I'm gonna have to do it. I'll get it. Trust me, man. You guys will be happy.
big ups to Valerie and AC Adam who just jumped in. But yeah, man, shout outs to everybody out there in the chat. And as stated, just we're trying to live healthy, get work crushed down for holiday season. My boy should be back here soon. And like I said, my daughter is back already. Starting to feel a little Christmassy around here, except it ain't because I'm not really a Christmassy guy. But all that really means is family's starting to find their way back to the home front, and it'll be good to have the family all back under one roof for at least a couple of weeks.
Yeah, that's cool, man. For me, holidays ain't really the holidays for me like it is for a lot of people, man. I'm different that way, man. I was just what's been going on with me is, focusing on the network, helping out who I can help out. I just helped out one of our friends take care of something. Did that, and mainly when I get some serious downtime, my girlfriend's not here and we're not doing something, man, I'm spending a lot of time spending some good energy and some music. And some of that stuff you heard in that new intro you just heard, that's not new per se. It's probably a couple, 2-3 months old, but some more recent stuff in the last week or so, man, really good energy coming through in some of the music that I'm making. And that's positive, really, really positive, man. I was telling kids yesterday, usually I'm making a whole bunch of hip hop stuff, but that's just not what the spirit is telling me to do recently. And so I obey the spirit, man, making some real smooth stuff, man, some real high frequency vibes, man. That's the best way I can describe it.
All depends on how you rock over top of them. That's all. I can still see them things being hip hop anyways. So,
hey, we got a new one in here, Valerie Mazur. Hello, Valerie.
What up, Val? What it do? Shout out to Patrick Higgins coming through. He's a supernova maniac. You should be too. Same with Joseph Archer. Joseph Archer's crushing it in the fantasy league this season, man. He's doing things all over again. He's the defending champ, and he's defending it nicely. Speaking of which, give me a like, share, subscribe, and come check me out on Tuesdays, 7 Eastern, 6 Central. We do a little thing we call the Superflex Fantasy Football Show, and keeping y'all up on your fantasy football. If you have any questions, you want to know who to start, sit, etc., come check me and my guy D Nice out on a Tuesday. Anyways, where were we?
So hey, you were talking about who we put over that music. I'm seriously considering, man, making just a vibe album or something, man. Some kind of vibes album, no vocals to it at all, just vibes. I was seeing, I looked on actually, what was it, Instagram or Facebook?
I was telling you about MF Doom last night, and how a lot why I like him is that he produces his own stuff and then kind of raps and will drop inspiration by way of lyrics in like over top of the beats he's created. He also dropped I think 3 just beat albums, just production alone, and they're dope. What's cool about him is he called them, I think they were called Special Herbs. I think that's what the albums were called. And each one of the tracks is named after something you find in your cabinet, man. Something you find in your cupboard, in your spice rack. Cumin is like the name of a track. Friggin', I don't know. You name a spice, and it's basically the name of one of the tracks. But they're all dope. Anyways, a little general idea you could wrap around. You could wrap that beat album, if that's what you want to do, sort of around some sort of a concept, and I think it'd probably come off pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm pretty good at that, finding ways to, like, some of the names I got for some of the stuff I got. It's all vibes and frequency right now, man. I feel something has changed very dramatically, not just for me. I'm just talking about around me. Everything starting to feel a little different, and when you're creating, usually your creativity comes from a lot of sources that you can't necessarily see and touch. You just feel things, you know what I mean? It's that. And so I'm just obeying, staying true to how I feel about any given situation. Whenever I'm creating, I'm just gonna go with whatever that flow is. However that flow comes out, it comes out. But lately, I'm just telling you, it's sounding really, really pretty, man.
Well, you have to also look at, right, some of the outside possible influence, such as the circadian rhythms during the winter are different. So that will change your frequency, and that will change your mood, and that will change your musical taste and or motivations, right?
So tell me more about the circadian rhythms,
Is
Coach.
that Coach?
Well, not to get too into detail because I don't know all the damn details, but I do know that it has to do with the cycle of the light of some sort, right? And as the wintertime, the daytime is shorter, so that's less light. And that's why you get the seasonal something depression, seasonal something depression, seasonal something depression, seasonal something depression. I can't think of it right now, damn it. No maniacs, please help me out. It's sad. Seasonal.
I think it's just seasonal depression.
Something. No, there's an A. The A stands for something. And it's not ass. But it could be Alzheimer's because I can't remember it right now. But whatever the case may be, it means that your rhythms are different. And frequencies, rhythms, same thing.
You ever met anybody that's gone through that? I've never met anybody that went through.
Hello, what the hell, man? You kidding me?
Yeah.
When you man, bro, you guys are lucky. You can't like. I'm always somehow in decent spirits on the show. I try to be in decent spirits. In any event, where I live, and I may have said this once or twice on the show, but where I live is the only place besides Siberia, Russia, that goes from 40 plus to 40 below in winter. We go so and we only get a couple months. You know what I mean? We only a couple months of that 40 plus, and it's blistering sweat, humidity that you have to deal with.
Well, hold on. Before you finish that story, I think Liberty's outlook and
seasonal affection disorder. Yes,
no, that means that's cuffing season. That's when you get you a fatty and roll up for heat, and you open a window and don't have to have the gas man in your pocket. The sad is actually seasonal affective disorder, right?
Affective. There we go. There we go. All right. So I see affective. I see affectation in the chat. I'm with you though. But definitely, I have definitely suffered from it over a couple of years. I cannot lie about this for a second, especially during COVID. This like that COVID year, summer was decent, and then you're trapped inside, man. No place to go. You just got to kind of look outside of that gloomy nastiness, cold and snow, brother. Yeah, bro. So like them 4 drum guys would know. They would. You guys ain't. You know what I mean? You're not far from what I'm talking about. So that's what I deal with sometimes in the winter. I try not to. I'm not really experiencing any of that this year. This year I seem to be pretty decent, but I'll also say we ain't really in the thick of winter yet. So we'll see how it goes.
And to also clean it up, our circadian rhythm, right? It's your body's internal 24-hour clock that governs sleep, wake cycles, hormone release like melatonin and cortisol, right? Body temperature and metabolism. So that could affect the way your moods and your body is acting. And so that will affect your creativity and what you are motivated to create.
It affects a lot of things, Coach. It also affects just your general time. Like one of the things that they say is daylight savings time throws that off. So this is part of why people just kind of feel weird right after the time goes forward and the time goes back with the seasons, right? That awesome idea from G.W. Bush that we've adopted into regular life. But people for the next couple of weeks kind of tend to feel off. You might get sick. You might tend to sleep in for extended periods of time when normally you're up early, and or vice versa when it goes the other way. Usually takes me personally, same thing. It takes me about 3 weeks to acclimate to daylight savings time. It's just a weird thing.
It's some interesting. Y'all, this turned into an interesting conversation. I didn't expect it to go here because I'm just one of those who isn't affected negatively by any seasonal change, any weather change, any daylight savings time. Nothing affects me in a bad way that way. And I feel for anybody that goes through that. But let me read Liberty's Outlook. What he says. He says, I recall hearing that people in Nordic countries use light therapy to treat depression. I think I might have heard that before somewhere, man. That sounds familiar. I hope it works for people. I didn't know people really went through that shit for real. But here's another comment by Patrick Higgins. He says, lived in Alaska for a while. Take vitamin D and have a UV light, and it's all good.
See? So he would know. They don't tell us about no UV light shit in Canada. So I guess I gotta get myself a light.
I really didn't know
I'm missing UV light, I guess.
I promise you, man, I swear, I didn't know this was a thing till just now.
Really?
Well, let me ask you a question there, Mr. Kids, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are UV lights good for plants?
Are they good for plants?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Yeah, so I should grow some
plants. Good for plants?
Yeah. So it should be good for you too. Should be good for people too.
2 + 2.
Yes, sir.
Exactly.
Vitamin D is good for all kinds of spiritual reasons. It is, especially for us, like white people, lighter skinned people need to protect their skin as they get vitamin D or sun rays. You can't get too much of that, or it affects them in a negative way. But for us, it's definitely an energy source. Like, I can remember not understanding any of this at all as a kid. You know, I'd be out in the park in the middle of damn August, hottest part of the year, middle July, middle August, playing basketball for hours. And it feels like I'm getting stronger as I'm playing, when, you know, you should naturally, you know, your average person would be like, man, ain't you tired? No, I'm getting stronger. My legs are getting stronger. Once my legs start sweating, I jump higher. It's like, I don't know. It just affected me differently all my life. All my life. I don't know if the sun beats people down, you, coach, or kids, but it never really beat me down. It gave me energy.
I'm not thinking about that one. I don't all right, so like the sun doesn't beat me down. So if I'm in the Caribbean or in Florida, as a for instance, you're getting heat from the sun. Where I'm at, it's not just the sun, it's a valley. So the heat stays on top of you and drowns you out with humidity. It's like, damn it. It's
let me ask you a question.
It's like the desert.
Let me ask you a quick question. Let me ask you a quick question. When you look outside and you see all that white and all that snow, what does it do to you? Kills me, man. Hate that shit. Honest to God. I see nothing but beauty out there. See, you're crazy. You're crazy. I'm sorry. I say that same thing to my wife as soon as it starts snowing. She's like, "Oh, look at how pretty it is. Look at how beautiful it is." And you know what? It's beautiful to me too, for all of maybe 45 minutes. But the reality is that shit ain't going. You probably just see work. No, well, I see work. I see gloom. I see gloom over the course of the next X amount of months, and almost unending gloom and doom for 6 to 9 months every year. You know that is ass backwards. You know that, right? What do you mean? That's not the way you should see nature. I don't see nature that way. I certainly see what it is. It's nature. I certainly see fair. I certainly see.
Well, there are 2 different things there, though, boys. There's one of the visualization and seeing how beautiful a fresh snowfall, right, can be. Everything is white and pure. But when you got to walk in that shit, you can break a hip. And it's cold to the skin. And as somebody who is not an exhibitionist, but does not like the touch of clothing on my skin, I prefer the summer months. And so winter is a time that I do not like, because I can't be free. And so that's why a lot of people do get the sad disorder, not only through the sun, lack of or thereof, right? But also because of the weather and having to stay inside, or if you go outside, having to wear a shit ton of layers.
He's right. That's
And
another
that
one.
is very claustrophobic to some, having all those clothes on.
I don't know. Maybe I'm different, man. I'm just different.
Well, you got that African in you.
I get what you mean, Coach. You just, for somebody that likes to be free willy like that, you look forward to your hot months. I get it. But I'm just one of them people that finds the light in every damn thing, man. And I see nature that way. I just do. It's
Nature
just
can kill you.
Man. It can, but it can be, you receive it the way you want to receive it. And I receive it in a way, yes, it's a little work on all. I enjoy all seasons, man. I mean, winter, spring,
Brother,
summer.
there was a time when I loved winter. It just ain't that time anymore. You know what I mean? Like when I was a kid, winter was awesome. You go out there, you roll in that snow, you throw snowballs at people, you smack them in the face with it, you make snowmen, you make jumps and ramps, and you go sledding. We call it tobogganing in Canada. Like I can't skate, but I can, I mess around on a rink and might play goaltender in on some hockey. We'll play road hockey in the winter. There's all kinds of different stuff that we used to do as kids in the winter to make it fun. I'm not a kid anymore. It's bullshit. It's cold as all hell. And I don't like, every time I go, you got to go outside. You got to clean off you got to shovel. You got to clean off your whip. It is an unrelenting assault for 6 to 9 months. If this period of time was lesser, you know what I'm saying, Patrick? That's what I'm saying, bro. Like
a snowbird, man. He might be a snowbird, one of them people that's starting
I'm
to get
so close
older.
to being one of them. I'm so close to being one of them, man. I need, this is why, like what I'm talking about is like why them snowbirds exist. Because at a certain point, it's like, oh hell no.
Everybody think they want that. Everybody think they want that until they get down there and realize how oppressive that goddamn heat is down there.
No, brother. Like this is what I'm trying to.
I spent the whole summer down there.
So have I. It's a different heat.
Summer.
Trust me, I love that heat because you get some sea breeze. It's not the same. Like over here,
everybody don't get sea breeze in Florida, bro.
It depends where you are. You're right. You might, if you're more central, you might not get it. My family's in like Miami, Dade, Boca, and Lauderdale. There's some sea breeze to be had over there, man. It ain't thick like it is here.
I guarantee you this, though, kid. That's one of the last places in this continental United States you want to move to. It is rich as shit down there. People are moving right now in droves because they can't afford to live. It's expensive as shit down there.
It got costly?
And insurance prices, you can't even get insurance is going to cost you a mortgage.
What happened out there? It used to be dirty cheap.
The natural disasters down there. Go ahead.
And what they don't believe in, right, is science. With the political leadership, and what they are having is climate change. So that means the tides are rising. And Florida, being America's dome, right, just kind of hanging there off the continent, surrounded by water, it is losing land mass. And with more and more hurricanes, the storm seasons, right, getting more torrential, they will not insure homes down there anymore like that. And if they do, they're expensive as all get out, right? And so it is becoming very, very expensive to live there. And then also, don't forget that Florida is basically a big-ass swamp. So you have to live there with all the swamp critters. And there are not fences on the swamps. They will come into your house. So you will never know when you go into your tub, there will be lizards, snakes, gators, and the damn mosquitoes. They will kill you. So remember that when you think about moving to America's dome.
And everything he just said, imagine all of those swamp critters that he's talking about. Imagine every time that water rises and a storm comes in, it just pushes all those animals up and out of there, like the big pythons, just pushes them closer and closer to the central part of the state. And so those things are moving. That's like I'm just telling you, man. It's beautiful to look at for a few
It's
days.
funny, like you guys are hilarious, man. Because, like I said, I spent a fair amount of time out there. So basically, my family at some point realized two things. Like half of them came to Canada, and they were like, "It's cold in this MF. We should leave." And they kind of picked up and thought about where can we go where we can make good money and still experience like Jamaican weather. So basically they all effed off to Florida. So that's why like Florida's my home away from home. I've spent I don't know. I've spent a decent amount of time out there, and I'll never forget. I was mowing my godfather's lawn, and I keep hearing like, I'm like, what the hell is that? Like, whatever. Just keep mowing away.
Hitting snakes, ain't you?
Say what?
Hitting snakes, ain't you?
I'm hitting snakes and geckos, you name it. Lizards are flying out the side of this lawnmower. And like, I just wasn't paying attention until I finally looked and like hit something and watch just a bloody nastiness flying out the side. And I was like, oh my God, Uncle, like, y'all got lizards like just everywhere. He's like, yeah, it's been a minute since I did my lawn. There's definitely some lizards in there. I didn't want to tell you. I was like, shh, oh, whatever, man. You know, they better run. So I'm kind of used to what you're talking about out there, man. But even then, if outside of that insurance situation, I would move up there in a heartbeat.
It's the most beautiful place in the United States, in my opinion, that I've seen. You know, I haven't seen every single state in the country. You know, beauty it's beautiful to other people for different reasons. I'm a palm trees, sand, and blue water, like Patrick Higgins is saying, that turquoise blue water. It's parts that of Florida, the beaches are beautiful, man. I'm saying living there is a whole other foray you're gonna have to go through, man. You got to make sure you got it. I'm just gonna tell you that right now. You're gonna have a hard motherfucking time down there. You better have it. You better have it, buddy.
Enjoying the scenic view, and you got the paper, right, to afford it. You have to be aware of the jellyfish, of the sharks,
and
the eels,
and the
Those
gators.
will kill your ass.
It's like one of the few things, like, you know, not one who's like afraid of stuff like in general. Just not. I don't really. I handle fear very well. You know, scary situations, but alligators. Oh no. You know what I mean? Like, and I've been seeing alligators out there in Florida on the road, like on the street, which was the craziest thing for me to see. And it was like, oh man. And I picked up and I ran, man. I was with my mom, so my mom was like, you just left me here. She's like, you didn't protect your mama. I was like, but it was a gator, mom. What am I supposed to do? What am I going to do against alligator?
As everyone know, kids, and running from a gator, you don't have to be faster than a gator. You just have to be faster than your mama.
And I can whoop my mom's ass in a race. I'm sorry, Mom. I'm sorry. Oh man, she was so disappointed in her son, but it's just the facts. I had to be out.
I remember I was down in Fort Myers, man. And I met this dude named MJ, and the other dude's name was like Sand. That's what I remember. I was probably about 13, 14 years old down there in Fort Myers. Fort Myers is by the water too. But where my aunt was staying ain't that close. You know, it's close enough, but you get in the car, you're going to have to take a nice little ride to get there. Anyway, long story short, there's a little body of water that I guess a lot of people went and, you know, when it got hot, they went and jumped in there, man. It was me and Sam and MJ. Some white dude came down there, him and his boy. He was just like, man, we finna go down here, to go in here and get in the water. They had all kinds of little shit, you know, what you call those things? Huh?
No, what are you saying?
I'm trying to think of what those things you float on, man. I forgot what they call them. Like inner tube things. Like big inner tube things.
Okay.
Donut.
So anyway, I was just like, hell yeah, that shit sound good. Where is that? How far is it? And MJ and Sam was like, oh, no, man. You can't go down there, man. Let them go, man. I was like, what the fuck? He's like, dog, it'd be gators and shit down there. I was like, what you mean gators? He said, no, man, it's real ass alligators down there. These motherfuckers crazy.
You know when a Floridian says something like that to you, you need to adhere, bro. You need to believe.
Yeah, I listen to him. Shit, what you talking about, man?
Oh, snap.
Man, I was just like, and these motherfuckers finna get in the water. He's like, them motherfuckers crazy. He said, next time, I said, when my uncle go to the beach, I'm gonna come get you. We're gonna go out there. That's where you go. If you're gonna get in the water, you go out there. Don't get in no lakes, no rivers, and none of that shit.
Nope. No, sir. Like I'm telling you. Boy, yeah. But like I said, like it's funny. We got all kinds of weird wildlife over here. We share a mosquito thing. Where I'm at is also a swamp. It's kind of a similar flex, except it's just colder. You know what I mean? So I don't know. At this point in life, I'm just saying, y'all, I'm ready to trade it in. I would definitely trade in this damn snow. And like, it's funny because the cold, I can handle the cold, right? Like I can actually handle it. Cold doesn't bother me like you would think it would. It does. It's really the snow. Snow drives me nuts at this point.
It's psychological, Fred. I'm telling you that right now. It's something psychological. I promise you, it's psychological.
It is. I wish I could say that it isn't. It's 1,000,000,000% psychological. There's nothing like
you got to figure out a way. You got to figure out a way to flip the script on that, because y'all live around too much goddamn snow for it to be affecting you like that.
I'll tell you how to do it, because I know how to do it, and I'm doing it now, and I've done it. You just have to be like diligent with snow upkeep. Get it the F away out and do it. Yeah. When it comes down, you go out there and shovel it off. When you know what I mean, you clean off your car. You just go and do it, and it won't be as daunting.
You can't be lazy, bro. You cannot be lazy. Once the snow stops, I've gotten bitten in the ass a couple of times. I told y'all that. Snow stops. I get out there and clean up vehicles and do the walkway, and an hour later get dumped on. That happened to me twice. But I ain't gonna let that get the best of me. I come in here a little pissed off a little bit, but it don't last. I'm just not gonna let that shit put no whipping on my psyche. I got to go out there and do the work anyway. You the man of the house, you got to go fucking do it.
As long as it's not that heavy, wet snow, known as the Widowmaker, right?
Yeah, I'll put you out right there on your driveway. You know what I mean? Shout out to Crooked Commish. What it do, brother? Hopefully everything's good.
What's going on, boy?
Hopefully all's good. He's doing all right. He's in the playoffs this time around.
All right, the playoffs started already?
Well, I think we in the playoffs. We're in the playoffs at the end of this week. So we're real close. Yeah. See, Chris, like I'm that type of dude, Chris. I am that type of dude, brother. Like I had man, he must have been 20 years old, maybe 18 or 20, and he saw me out there fighting with my damn driveway, and he just pulled over. He's like, "Sir, I have a snowblower in my car. It'll cost you $60 if you if you'd like, I'll do your whole thing." I was like, $60, bro. I'll stand out here and I'll do it my damn self. And then I stopped and I looked across the way and I was like, you know what? You do my driveway and my two neighbors' driveways, I'll give you $75. And he's like, well, okay, cool. And, you know what I mean? You did all three of them driveways and the cars. And my neighbors came out and they're like, oh, snap. Well, like my stuff's done. I'm like, who did it? I was like, man, I paid a kid. I wasn't doing it. You know what I mean? I was like, it wasn't going to be me. But I definitely paid someone to do it. It's all taken care of.
Well, I commend the kid, because back in the day when it snowed, that was an opportunity, right, to make some money.
That was.
You would go to your neighbors' houses, right, especially the elderly, and like, ma'am, sir, let me shovel your backyard so you don't break a hip. And they were more than happy to drop you a 20 in cash.
Brother,
and they would do that every time it snowed.
I did it for my whole block. Like I had a whole clientele that I would wake up in the morning, 7 o'clock in the morning. If it snowed at night, I just do it. And they would come later on after the work shift, and they'd come and they'd bless me with $15 plus a tip. It's just a regular thing. I made money like that every single winter. But again, I ain't really trying to do that at my age. I try to suggest my kids do it, and they ain't trying to do it either. So
there's no getting out of it. David Farley, boy, that's exactly the way to look at it. Shoveling snow is good exercise, man. It's very good exercise for you. You get your blood pressure, blood rate, your blood pumping, man. It's perfect, man. I look at it that way. And there are opportunities for me to get some good exercise. That's what I look at it. And I got a weird home, man. It's a small house, but a pretty good sized piece of property. And so we have a unique situation here. We have two nice sized patios on both sides of the house. Nice one in the back, nice one out front. And I don't have to shovel them, because nobody's sitting out there, but I do like clearing them out, making sure they're clear, because just looks better when you roll up to the house. Just looks better, man. And so, it's like I tell younger cats all the time. They be like, man, you always taking care of your house, man. You always doing this, that. And I'm like, wait till you once you own something, you'll see the responsibility. Just take it personal. You know what I mean? Because even if you don't own something, if you're responsible for that particular property, make it look nice, man. That's called being a good steward to what you have. That's just all it is to it. Just be a good steward to what you have, because a lot of people don't have shit.
Very well said. Very well said. But like I say, not a fan of I'm not a fan of these winter months. They eventually get to me, and it's usually not in November. You know what I mean? It's like, let's say January 21 is like a good date for me to be like, all right, I've had about enough of this shit. We need to get this stuff out of here. And the fact is, where I'm at, winter's gonna last up until March. You know what I mean? Like, I'll be dealing with this for another few months. And I mean, at freezing cold, potentially mad snow levels. So is what it is. You just live with it and get your shit done.
And what's bad about it, all the forecasters, all the people that do this for a living, they are expecting one of the worst winters ever. They're talking about, if you ever seen that movie, what is it called? Where these motherfuckers had this apocalyptic winter.
Snowmageddon?
It was Day After Tomorrow. That's the name of the movie. You ever seen
that movie was dope, actually. I
love that movie. I can watch that too many times. I can watch that every day and still enjoy it.
Dennis Quaid. Yeah, man. That's a good film.
Yeah. That's what they're predicting this winter, man. And so far, so good. So far, so goddamn good, because it's fucking cold, man. But
out east, they're about to get hit with 25 centimeters of snow. It's pretty deep. I don't think we're getting that where I'm at. Fingers crossed.
Oh, y'all got it coming, but not this round.
No, I don't think so. I don't
think these people are looking at like weeks and months in advance, looking at weather patterns. It's coming.
Minus 20. Is that in y'all? Is that in Fahrenheit?
Wind chill. They're talking about wind chill. It might be minus 20.
Damn,
that's bad enough. Wind chill just as bad as goddamn temperature being, especially in Chicago, boy. You just don't know, man. Them lakes,
you get that wind off the lakeshore. I know what you're talking about. That's like, so we don't get that, but we get like it's what it is it's brutal, because I've experienced it elsewhere. But what we get is, I'm in a valley, so it's a wind tunnel all winter. You know what I mean? So we don't get it off the water, which adds an extra biting chill to the cold. Like, it honestly does. But we just get a constant blast all winter long through this valley, man. And then the snow sits on top, and in the summer, the heat sits on top. It's kind of brutal, bro.
Hey, kid, funny.
What you know in Chicago, the wind, right, is known as the hawk. That means because it will swoop down and bite your ass. And it was a very cold bite, whether it be off the lakefront, where it's just building up the steam off the barren water and hit you in the face, or you get the wind tunnel effect in the downtown area between the high rises and skyscrapers. You can walk down one block and have no wind whatsoever. As soon as you hit that corner, it's almost like somebody's knocking you over. The wind's blowing so damn hard. So it is brutal, and it will be interesting to see how these young quarterbacks adjust.
Hey, you know what? He just took the words right out of my mouth because I was about to tell this quick story before we start talking about some food. I remember when I was small, my mother almost got married to this guy. They're still cool and friends to this day, but they almost got married and was with him for a while. And I was a little ass boy. I mean, so little. Well, I'm walking down the street holding his hands. I'm a small little boy. And he's taking me. He wanted to take me up to the John Hancock building. So the Hancock building is like the second tallest building in Chicago. And they do a lot of tourist stuff. And I remember going up there. It was okay. It was cold. Remember, I'm real small. It was cold, but we get in the building. We get up there to all them floors, and I was scared to look down. It was so high. I was just terrified. I just remember that. And then leaving that motherfucker, like Tripp said, man, it's just fine for a second. And then all of a sudden, here comes a ton of blast of wind. And it felt like I was off my feet for a second. I was that small, but it hit me. It was like a freight train, bro. He's right. They call it the Hawk, but this is weird in Chicago because it's off a lake and there's so many big buildings. It's like the wind just twists and turns in and between all these buildings, and it just comes out wherever. You can be walking across the street and boom, you'll get hit by a blast of wind. If you ain't braced right, you might be tumbling your ass down the goddamn street.
Yep.
That's how strong it is.
Crazy. Oh man, Cornholio likes it cold. He likes the cold weather. I don't know how you can stand it, but like I say, it isn't the cold that bothers me, man. I've at this point where I'm at, I can wear a t-shirt in -10 and it's fine. You know what I mean? -10, -15. I can do a t-shirt out there. Outside of that, you're definitely bundling up. So I can handle the cold. Cold doesn't really bug me. It's the 9 months of cold that bugs me. That's really what gets to me.
I'll tell you what, man, because we can talk about this for a long time. I got some story to tell y'all, but we better get to some food right quick, man. This is some
what are we eating?
I want to know if you've ever had this, kids.
Oh, gumbo. Yeah, man.
Had Cajun gumbo?
Oh, for sure. Cajun gumbo is delicious.
What do you think about this, Coach?
As long as it's not too spicy, it's delicious.
It's usually
I'm not a fan of okra, but I will eat it in the gumbo. You just swallow it.
Yeah, it's all boiled down. This is generally a little bit spicy, man. At least the one that I had was it had some good kick. I think there was a little bit more cayenne in there. I don't see cayenne listed here, but I'll go through the ingredients.
In there.
Is it? Okay, hold on. Let me. Oh, there it is. Yeah, okay. Let me go through. So, the Holy Trinity: garlic, bell peppers, onion, celery, rice flour, cayenne. There it is. Shrimp, bay leaves, okra, andouille sausage, mushroom, sassafras leaves, and vegetable broth. There you have it. I have to put some of this together myself just to.
I'm a sucker. What do you think about this, Coach? Because the ones I've had, I don't know if they had mushrooms in it.
It's basically right like a Louisiana bayou stew, just using the ingredients that are native to their land, like the shrimp, right? And they're good with the pepper and the andouille sausage and the okra. That's a southern thing. So this is a southern stew, and it is very flavorful, and the ingredients are nice. But as I stated before, the okra tastes like snot with the same consistency, and I don't like that. But I will eat it because Big Mama used to make me clean my plate, and if I left the okra on the side, I couldn't have dessert, and I couldn't enjoy dessert. And being a fat man, I enjoyed dessert even as fat boy. So I had to eat the okra and just swallow it. But everything else is delicious as long as it's not too hot and too spicy. And that will burn Mr. Brown out, or AKA my boom boom.
I won't lie. I'm not familiar with sassafras leaves. Not familiar at all. I know there's some kind of I know there's like a leaf little they put a couple of leaves like you go down to Louisiana and you see it getting made. You know, I was just fortunate enough to meet some people that showed me some Cajun cooking when I was down there. You know, I was only down there for a hot second, but I got a it was a sad time, but it was a good time at the same time. Somebody lost their life down there, but I got introduced into this lifestyle and how they cook down here, right, tremendously, man. And some of the stuff I seen being done down there, I don't know if I've ever seen. Just to be quite honest with you, some of the stuff that they put in their cooking, man. Some of the food, like Louisiana, is rich. It's probably I've never been in one place that had so much good food outside of Chicago. But I'm talking about like Chicago has the best like finger foods, you know, street foods and things like that in the world, at least the country I know of. But old Southern traditional cooking, I've never been to one place that has so much good food than down there in New Orleans, man. It's great everywhere, bro. It's like you can't miss.
Well, that's why you were at a funeral, and that's what's called the repast afterwards, where they
Oh,
have community and congregation, right, to come together and reminisce and tell stories and laugh and cry about the deceased, right? And so a lot of the friends, family members, community members, and church members, right, they show their love by bringing a dish. So you have a whole lot of different dishes all together by people trying to comfort.
well, to be honest with you, what happened was somebody got unalive while I was there. The person I went with to New Orleans for the first time, he got unalive while we were there, but we were there for a couple of days. And you know, his family, whenever he came home or whenever family comes home, you know, everybody gets together and does a whole lot of cooking. And so we got to hang out for a couple of days before that happened. So that's why I was sad. It was like we were supposed to be there for like a week. Like that was my sophomore year, and then we took spring break down there. You know, so it was sad that way. But man, dude, it's probably like New Orleans and the food down there. It's like you almost go to another country when you go down to New Orleans. The way they talk, the way they act, the
You know
food.
what it is, huh?
What's that?
It's that French. So um, a contingent of French Canadians portaged from Quebec all the way out to New Orleans and settled Louisiana. There's also then a contingent of Haitians who also wound up settling in Louisiana. It's basically French America, although nobody really, like, you're not gonna find a lot of folks out there that actually speak French, but that's who populated that general area. So you can just imagine what the flavor profile is going to be. You're going to get your crawfish, your shrimp, your just a little bit of a different
People,
fare, but you're
kids, people
also
speak Datois down there.
This is what I'm saying.
A lot of them.
That's what that is, right? That is it's Haitians or French.
It's a
That's
combination over time, right?
that's
As
what
the
it
French
is.
went down there, them and the Haitians made whoopee, and they
Yeah.
made babies, and those babies had that accent of the two, right? And that's why you have everything with the French la la thee and la la that, as well as the voodoo, which comes straight from Haiti.
You got it. And even if you look at the New Orleans Saints logo, for instance, that's the fleur de lis, which is also the Quebec flag. The fleur de lis is also on the flag for Quebec. It's a very, like I say, very, very, very eclectically French place with a lot of French cuisine influence into that native fare that they're going to get around there. It's very interesting. They don't like just sort of like along the lines of what you're saying. I'm yet to go to Chicago. I have to go to experience some of the food there because it's always a topic. But similar suggestions. Montreal's pretty crazy. They have amazing food in Montreal that would blow your mind. I also have to say, yeah, beignets, yeah. It's like so famous in New Orleans, Louisiana. They have very similar beignets in Quebec too. You guys would be shocked. You know what I mean? Like you guys would be shocked to see the cuisine side in
You'd be shocked that I went down there and never tried one.
What?
I was down there all that time for a few days and didn't try one. Everybody was getting them. Everybody couldn't wait to go get their hands on them. I'm just like, I told y'all I don't eat sweets like that, man.
Oh, what's wrong with you, man?
I'm a meat potatoes kind of guy, man.
I hear what you're saying, but like, all I'll say is this: if you're traveling, when in Rome, do as the Romans do, and that's all I will say to that. Like, if you're going to Minister Charles is loving the fact he got teeth. So you know what I'm saying? When you're going to these places, and when I get to Chicago, man, when I get to Chicago, I'm going to crush some of your local stuff for the sake of doing it the way y'all do it. And I heavily suggest that's how you sort of take your general stances and lower your fences a little bit when you're out and about. I had to do that when I was in Amsterdam and Germany and Norway, and man, just completely different food out there, right?
When you come over here, make sure you go down to New Orleans when you get a chance too, man, and go to look for ask somebody about a place called. You need to go to Dookie Chase.
Okay,
that sounds weird, don't it?
Well, any place where I'm eating that's named Dookie, I'm a little bit worried, right? I'm a little.
Go to Dookie Chase. Go to Dookie Chase.
They serve Cleveland Steamers.
Wow. Yeah.
I'm not kidding, man. They got some.
I'll take your word for it. If you're bigging it up, man, I'll take your word. I'll go. But if there's shit on my plate, I'm gonna be real pissed off.
think about the name Dookie Chase.
Yeah, you run. Oh, yeah, you're running to the bathroom.
No, you don't
I
get
don't
it.
know.
I
don't know. I don't get
it. That's a whole other connotation, brother.
Okay.
But that's that for Cajun Gumbo. Anybody got any last thoughts, Coach? Kids, anybody, anything?
No, this is good stuff, man. What do you think, Coach?
I will lead it.
He's
all
in.
All right, this one I think is all you, kids. I'm just gonna let you take off, and I'm just shut up for a second. See what you think.
Here we go. Oh, let's just like. I make this. I used to make this on a weekly basis almost. So jerk chicken, pineapple, coconut rice. Or is it pineapple? Oh, you're making pineapple, coconut rice, and jerk chicken. I do this differently. So let's talk. So
ingredients first, and then
I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that. So ingredients: chicken thighs, avocado oil, garlic, ginger, soy sauce, cider vinegar. I usually don't use that. Lime juice, honey, allspice for sure is a must. Pineapple, bell peppers, onion, rice, coconut milk, cayenne, cinnamon. Yeah, okay. Thyme and rice, or thyme, depending on how you want to pronounce it. Cool. So what they've done here, it's interesting. So they're making jerk chicken for the most part, and mixing it in with coconut rice with pineapple. I would do this the other way around. I would mix the pineapple in with the jerk chicken. So now you get not just a little bit of a spicy jerk chicken, but it's sweet too. So I make a pineapple jerk chicken, or I make a honey jerk chicken, and it's delicious. This is stuff that oh hell, there's honey in this too.
Jamaican question for you right quick.
Yes, sir.
Pineapples are readily available fruit down in Jamaica.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, you pull that off a tree. You know what I mean? Like there's, yeah. You know what I mean? Like there's fruits everywhere in the country. You know what I mean? It really just depends on where you are in Jamaica, but you can find any given kind of fruit at your disposal. Definitely pineapples, definitely coconuts. And like I say, they got like 100 different types of apple that would confuse most people's. But yeah, readily available, the pineapple, man. It's a very, very common, mangoes too, very, very common fruit to gain access to. But that's what I would do, man. I would actually make the chicken separately, make sort of a pineapple chicken stir fry. With that, I would be using coconut oil as opposed to avocado oil, because I don't like avocado oil. It doesn't sit well with me. Chicken thighs, garlic, ginger, soy sauce for sure. I wouldn't use cider vinegar. I don't have any use for it. Lime juice I would be using. Honey, allspice,
Well, it's a lot of
and
sweet.
pineapples.
I can see somebody putting the contrast of some cider vinegar in on that dish because there's a lot of sweet going on there.
It might cut the sweet a little bit, but the thing that's going to cut the sweet regardless is the allspice. Like the allspice is going to add a heat to it, and I suppose the cider vinegar is actually a great idea. Same thing with the lime juice; it'll also cut the sweet. But the cider vinegar is probably actually a brilliant idea with this dish. Not just to cut the sweet, but also to make it a little bit less dry, like less of a dry chicken. Because there's two ways to make jerk. You can make it dry, or you can make it wet. You know, very simply put. This to me, I would make a wet chicken with wet pineapple jerk chicken. That's what I would do. But the coconut rice, mine would have peas in it. I'd have kidney beans in there, onions, rice, coconut milk. The cinnamon, which is like something that would throw people off. Cinnamon is used to add a little bit of flavor to the jerk. Okay, so that's just like a little secret. If you're tasting some jerk spice, pre-made jerk spice likely has a little bit of cinnamon in there on its own. That's just how it is.
I won't kid you. The very first time I even tasted jerk, the flavoring, I was in Jamaica.
Mm-hmm.
Very first time I ever tasted it, and I didn't know what to do with all this shit that was going on in my mouth. I was just like, "What is this taste, man? What is this?" I didn't know what the hell. It was good though. I just knew it was good. And I was just thrown off by the flavor profile of jerk the first time I tasted it, because it's just got new stuff in it. You know, it's the regular cuisine we eat over here. You know, unless you know some Jamaicans and cook jerk on a regular basis, which I didn't. You know, that's a new flavor profile to your palate. And I was totally thrown off, but in a good way. I was just curious as shit. I'm like, what the fuck is this? And I was just, give me another plate of that. I was just thrown off, man. Just that pimento wood, I think, is the key to it.
So where's that? Is that here? Okay, it's not here, but that's allspice. You know what I'm saying? So allspice is just shaved up pimento.
It is unique. Pimento wood, the pimento wood flavoring is absolutely
it's a different flavor profile than most anything. Like I have to admit, but I've learned how to make jerk spice from scratch, and it's really just allspice. You crush that up, and away you go. Crush up pimento, same thing. That's allspice. It's the same general thing.
My man Dwayne says, he said, I had the best gumbo on the West Coast. Wow.
Damn, Dwayne.
You about the first person I ever heard somebody mention gumbo on the West Coast. I can't think of anybody I can think of that I know out there. I know some Long Beach cats, Pomona. Never heard one of them say nothing about no gumbo out there. But hey, shit, you'd be surprised where you might find something anywhere.
It's true. But yeah, this would be mad, like this would be mad flavor again, especially if I chef this up. Like I say, I would make the chicken. The chicken would be different. It would have that traditional jerk heat to it, but it would be a little bit sweet, which kind of throws people off. But they're like, "Yo, this is delicious. This is like spicy, like a spicy Asian chicken almost is how it will come off." And then rice and peas and like rice and peas is coconut rice with kidney beans. So that's how I would do it. Just like a slight nuance difference. Can't make it without time. Obviously, rice is important. Onions, bell peppers have to be in the. Oh, you know what's missing from this? The one thing that's missing from this is a single Scotch bonnet pepper. That's what's missing from this ingredients list. Can't do it without a Scotch bonnet pepper.
Well, Coach, we didn't get your take on what you think about this dish.
It looks tasty, right? I've had jerk before, and it is spicy, but it is a milder spicy, right? Yeah. It's a little bit like the Jamaican barbecue sauce. As kids, the Canuck was explaining earlier, right? When you go to different places, you have to try their different seasonings and spices, as they're all a little bit different. And this one, I really appreciate the pineapple as a natural sweetener. Pineapple is delicious in all forms, whether you roast it, smoke it, dry it, or eat it just as a fruit. It's delicious. And then you roast it with the meats, with pork chops, chicken. It goes well with many different foods. And so that flavor in there is a natural sweetener as well as the coconut, right? And then the jerk is that seasoning, and it gives you that dancing on the tongue. And as Nomad said before, when he was a little boy, there was a party in his mouth, but not that kind of party, and stop it.
Oh, snap. So I have to ask the most obvious question now to both of you. Since you gave pineapple such a ringing endorsement, Coach, what say you with regards to pineapple on pizza?
It is fucking delicious.
Oh, not the answer I was expecting.
A beautiful piece of ham with it, like some smoked ham and pineapple, right? And some Swiss. It is tasty.
No, man?
Nah, I wasn't that much of a fan. It was okay because I didn't pay for it because
it was somebody else's pizza.
I ain't doing it. I'm not spending my money on it.
Wow. Okay.
If I'm buying it for a get together and somebody says, "Hey man, get some Hawaiian pizza or something like that," then other people are eating it, but I'm not buying that for myself ever.
Dwayne's asking for a Jamaican stew recipe. I think we actually did something like that a couple of weeks back, didn't we?
I don't think we did that specifically, but I know of a dish. Yeah, I'll do that, Dwayne. Stay tuned.
All right. If we haven't done it yet, Dwayne, we'll put it up there. I will also point Nomad at a very specific. It's called stew beef. It's very. Remember, I was saying this. So, all right, you're right. We didn't do an actual Jamaican stew. We did. We did another stew, and I was like, man, add these couple of ingredients, and it would be stew beef. I'll get you a stew beef recipe, and we'll do that soon.
We'll do that. We'll try to pull one of those up next week. I'll try to remember to make one. But I know of a night. I seen a good one too. There's some different shit too.
Mm-hmm.
I would say that. All right, we need to get to some drinky drink, man. Any last thoughts on this?
No. This is all good. I'll be eating this. I'll be cooking something very similar. Same token, Minister Charles is saying absolutely not with regards to pineapple on pizza. So it's always a good question. I'm super with it. It's delicious. I'll put pineapple on all kinds of strange things. It's an awesome. It has an awesome punch. Just a little bit of sweet and sour kick. It adds to anything out there. So I'm in.
Something about sweet don't sit well with me with a pizza, man. Just because I'm from here and that's just not how we roll, man. I've tried it, but I didn't like it. This is just the bottom line.
That's why I asked you guys, right? You guys are very pizza traditionalist, as in everybody from Chicago is very pizza traditionalist. So I figured I would ask. At the end of the day, I'm with it. It's
the most extravagant I've ever gotten a pizza had bell peppers, some stewed bell peppers, some mushroom, and maybe some anchovies. I had anchovies once before, but that's about as far as it ever. Like that sweetness. Now I'm not doing it. But we need to get to some drinky drinks, man. So
what are we drinking?
Let's get to this one.
Oh, here we go. Oh, this ain't real. All right, so the porn star martini. Ingredients: fresh passion fruit. That's a serious ingredient. Pineapple juice. Okay. Vodka. Okay. Passion fruit syrup. Interesting. A squeeze of lime. No ice.
Meaning that this thing needs to be shaken,
not stirred. Interesting. This is so I've never had a porn star martini, but I've made a porn star drink. That's a joke unto itself. I'll leave it alone.
Made a porn star a drink.
But no, there's another drink called the porn star that is it's close, but it's a real punch in the face. We'll do that another time. I don't know. I'm not really a martini guy per se. I've had a couple of martinis. If I'm gonna have it, I'm gonna have it dry. Like I'll have it like 007, with an olive. That's about martini for me, man. I'm not too. I don't like the fancy martinis. I like them regular.
Well, go ahead, Coach. You got any thoughts on this?
I'm not a particular fan of the vodka, but all this damn sweet makes you look like you just want to make that sweet face pucker, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, this is definitely I would consider something like this. The minute my girlfriend sees when I make these, and she wants to do this for sure. I don't even know what a passion fruit looks like. I know what a passion fruit drink tastes like. I don't know if I've probably seen a passion fruit, but didn't know what the hell it was. But everything in here looks good. It's all about proportion when it comes to these things in the sweet, Coach. It's like when you see syrup and these things like that on here, it's about, and that's going to go to the next drink we're going to talk about after this. But it's all about the proportion. So you don't overdo the sweet. So you just put a little bit of sweet in there just for the flavor, and it doesn't overwhelm you as far as the sweetness goes. I learned that pretty quick, man. College students, man, we go over above and beyond when it comes to drinking, man. So we get a lot of experience as college athletes at trying shit, trying different things. And, when you got girls around, you got to just make drinks differently, man. You can't be just beer and a bottle of whatever. And that ain't going to work, man. You got to get some shit for the ladies, man. This is definitely some stuff for you and your lady, man. I just consider a drink like this. A martini is a martini. Martini is just, it's a fancy way of taking a straight shot of liquor. Basically, is all it is. You just take a goddamn shot.
I'm not one to shoot vodka. Like, I've done it, and the only reason I did it was because it was Grey Goose. I've also done it with Ciroc. And those are just a little bit higher end vodkas that go down like water. But if I'm shooting something, it's gonna be like, it's gonna be harder than vodka. It's just me. Anyways, that being said, I'll do like an actual, dirty martini. That's fine. That's fine with me. All this, sweet martinis. This is for me. Like this is for the wife. I'll like have a little taste and go, it's sweet. I like it, and then I'll let her drink it.
I'll mess with it.
Yeah.
Have a good time with my lady afterwards, man. Straight up. Me and her, I'll down the size of a glass like this. I'll probably down 6 of these bad boys and be ready to go do a little tumbling.
Oh boy.
That's about what it's gonna do to you.
Sounds about right.
You know what I mean? They call it a porn star martini for a reason. All right, any last thoughts on that trip, Coach Trip?
Well, if you are down for the porn star activity, might as well have porn star beverage, right?
Amen to that.
Yes, sir.
Let's get to the next one. This is a lot of people's favorite, but we never did it on the show. Feel free to take off, gentlemen.
Oh boy. Yeah. So I remember coming home when I was in Florida when I was a kid. So I spent 2 months with my auntie. I remember coming home, my uncle and me walked in and she was just face down. We opened the door and I was like, oh shit, auntie? I was like, what happened to aunt? So we helped her to bed. She went to bed. Next morning, I was like, damn, auntie, what happened to you? She's like, oh, the Long Island iced teas got me. And that was her answer. That was her answer. And, you grow up and you realize what the heck they got in this thing. And you realize, okay, yeah, that'll get you for sure. So this one's okay. All right. Yeah, this is a real one. Ingredients: ice. Gotta get your ice in there. Gum syrup, white rum, lemon juice, ice. You gotta double up on ice.
Oh shit! I didn't realize that.
I'm just teasing you. Either way, you kind of need to double up on ice.
I agree.
Because you got white rum in there already. Now you got vodka coming in there, a little bit of cola. You also got tequila going in there, and then some triple sec. You might want to finish this off with some more ice. I'm being real now. So this thing is
triple sec is a liqueur, just for the record.
Yeah, it's a citrus liqueur. This thing is sweet with that extra lemon juice. It's sour. It gives you that actual iced tea flavor. But those 4 liquors in here, at first it's like, yo, who put what in my iced tea? And then you finish that first glass, and it's on after that. Like when you finish your first glass of this, oh man, that was real good. Let me get another. And the second one tastes like actual iced tea. The third one also tastes like iced tea. The fourth one, you're not necessarily going to remember that you drank. And that's kind of how Long Island iced tea works. It's great stuff.
Well, since we're telling stories, kids, the Canucks, right, led into an experience that I had back in my youth, right? There was a club called The Click on Michigan Avenue down there in Chicago, right? It's no longer there. There was a tragedy. Rest in peace to all that passed. But before the tragedy, right, there was a bartender that was known to make very good and strong LIITs. Shout out Black Sheep. And I went down there with some friends. It was an occasion, right? And we were in a limousine. There were several of us. We were pimping, if you will, right? So I went to the bar, had a couple LIITs. The first one, it was sweet. It was refreshing. There was a lot of ice. It was very cold. It was delicious. So I quickly had another 2. I do not remember much from that evening, except being held out of the limousine by my belt loop, right, by my buddy, as I whirled along the street as the car drove along.
Yep, that sounds about right. That's how those nights go.
Oh man! All right, since we're going there, I got to tell you. All right, the first time I had a Long Island, I was with some cats that I knew, and somebody from work want to take you out, and it's like, man, come on out here, man. I know a spot we can go to, man. Some good drinks, that kind of situation. So we up in there, and you getting ready to order, and she come around. What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? And I'm just like, whatever they get, what y'all drinking, man? Okay, we're gonna get these Long Island iced teas. All right, cool, let's get one. I ain't thinking nothing of it. It's liquor, so I'm gonna find out. So they get to the table and they in these big ass huge mason jars, bro. Big, huge mason jars. They almost look like this with the lemon in it and everything, but it was just bigger and taller. And we sitting at the table, people ordering food. and I'm tearing this motherfucker back, dude. And I'm tearing it back. And next thing you know, one of the dudes I was with, he looked over at me. He said, "Hey, dog, hey, take it easy, man." I'm like, "What you talking about, man? This motherfucker good." I mean, it was good. I was slurping that thing up, man. Before that food came out there, I got up to go to the bathroom to go take a leak.
You get the wobblies for first step, is that?
Boy, that thing hit me, boy. I'm telling you, boy. I was like, "Oh,
That's how it is.
I was good as long as I was sitting down, but I got
That's
up to
how
go."
it is. You, as soon as you get up and like, you know, your circulation kind of changes, it's over. You don't even know where you were.
I was talking, man, that food couldn't have came fast enough, man. We ate a boatload of chicken wings, man. I don't know how many wings we ate, but we ate a lot of them. And man, I was telling somebody about that shit about 4 months ago. I was just like, man, first time I had a Long Island iced tea, that thing was so good. I was slurping that thing down, man. You couldn't hardly taste the liquor in it.
This is
And I
it.
think that's what gets people.
This is it. Like the triple sec really helps because it's sweet and citrusy. Then the lemon juice kind of cuts a little bit that liquor taste. Tequila mixes very well with lime, right? Like, you know what I mean? Lime and salt and tequila. Like it's just such it kind of fades into the drink. Man, like I say, those first couple of sips, you're like, yo, there's a lot of liquor in here. And then it just tastes like you're drinking iced tea and having a good time. And God only knows how the night ends, man. And all I know, I've had my times with this drink. It's good, but because I had that early life experience with my auntie, you know what I mean? I know to take it easy with these drinks, man. This will come back to haunt you the next day. And unfortunately, it's kind of sweet, and that's why you were hurling out the out the
You had too much of that syrup in there, bro.
it's the syrup and the sugar that gets you. You will wind up blowing chunks someplace in America. It's just how it works, man. This is good stuff, though.
All right. Any last thoughts on Long Island iced tea? Because I do have one more for the man that blows chunks out there, Long Island.
One will do you.
There you go.
Especially the one I had, boy. All right. This is what you need when you have one of those nights like Coach Trippin had. One of my favorite, when I say my favorite things to drink in the world, even though I haven't had one in a long ass time, this drink has everything in it. Everything in this drink I like, minus the horseradish. Anybody comes to me with a Bloody Mary, a classic Bloody Mary with the horseradish in it, you paying for it because I ain't. Don't bring that shit to me. No.
Isn't there horseradish and Worcestershire sauce?
I don't want to taste horseradish and shit.
It is.
But this is my point. If you're getting the Who's Your Sister sauce, you're getting horseradish regardless.
You don't put too much of that in there to begin with.
Yeah, you can't. Like, yeah, you do. So,
no, you don't.
Yeah. All right. So this is probably actually my favorite drink. I don't. In Canada, we don't call them Bloody Marys. We call them Bloody.
Let's read the ingredients first, kid.
All right. Here's your ingredients. You're starting off with salt. Interesting. Sometimes you use celery salts or even a Caesar mix, and we'll get to that. So celery stalk. Put a big old piece of celery in this thing. Some olives, vodka, lemon juice, Worcestershire sauce, horseradish, celery salt. There's the celery salt. I should have known it was in there. Tomato juice and hot sauce. So we call it a Bloody Caesar. I will opt to drink a Caesar in most cases where I'm eating food and going to drink after. If I'm sitting down and I got a plate of food, you know, if I got a steak, if I've got even a pasta, I will likely opt for Caesar again, which is the same thing. Nowadays they make, like, especially in Canada, they make Caesars crazy, man. They put you'll get spicy pepperoni in there. Sometimes they put bacon in these drinks. All kinds of madness in there, man, just to add a little additional kick. Hot sauce. They make these drinks sometimes super spicy. And hot sauce is in this one too. Yeah, but sometimes they make them like, again, super spicy. And they're pretty good. Put a little salt around the rim so it gives a little bit of that. The bacon is too much. I'm with it, but
that is pretty rich.
They go crazy, man. They go crazy. You walk into certain bars and say, hey, yeah, I want like whatever the house Caesar is, and they'll go, okay, cool, and they'll come back. It'll be spicy as all get out, and then you don't like olives, celery stock. I think there's some olives in there in this one.
Yeah,
you'll have all kinds of craziness in the drink, and it's almost a meal in itself. But it's very good to have alongside a meal, right? I find it personally, I would opt for this even over a beer with a meal, unless it's a hot summer's day. If it's a hot summer's day, I'll have a brew.
I would. The only thing I'm trading out is the Worcestershire, and for the tomato juice, I like to use V8.
Yeah, or like Mott's Clamato is good too. I don't know if you guys got Clamato up there.
I don't know if I ever heard of it.
No, we do.
Yeah, it's good stuff, like especially for this.
What do you think, Coach?
I've never been a particular fan of the Bloody Marys, right? Or as they're known at brunch time, hair of the dog. Because many people party on Saturday night, and then on Sunday, they go to church, then go to brunch, and they're still hung over. And this is the cure for the hangovers, supposedly, right?
But it is.
Anytime that I've had beverages of the alcoholic nature of the night before, the next day, instead of doing the alcoholic type thing, no judgment, I prefer to H2O and electrolytes.
That works too, obviously. Yeah.
Well, here's a sweet science to drinking. Here's a sweet science to it. Because usually when you're drinking, especially if you had too much, the sweet science, like boxing, it's about body chemistry. It's about how do you combat what's getting on to you. Something's getting on your body, man, and you need to counter it with something. And so the train of thought is you make you one of these, and to me, the medicine inside this drink is the tomato sauce or the V8, whatever you use, and the hot sauce. That is gonna so how I think of this drink in those terms is that whatever's bothering you, that drink that's bothering you, it's gonna come up or it's gonna come out. And so my thing is, you drink one of these, you forcing it to come out instead of up. That's gonna put me on the toilet every single time. Every single time. The hot sauce, the V8, all that other stuff in there is just gonna be like rocket fuel. And I'm gonna feel a whole lot better after drinking one of these. Plus, it tastes like, I love the taste of it. It's got all the stuff in it I like.
Me too. I don't know. Like I just kind of no, Dwayne, we didn't hear about that, but maybe these guys did. We'll see. It's the vitamin B from the tomatoes that kills the hangovers. Well said, Minister Charles. That makes a lot of sense, actually. But that's what I tend to do. I tend to preface my night before I start drinking with one of these or two of these, with a meal, and then I start to drink. But at this point in time, I don't really drink. Like, a lot of the hangover has to do with sugar content in your liquor, right? Like, if you're drinking a lot of sugar, and that also means beer, because beer is fermented from things that create sugar. All right, you can get a hangover. If you're drinking straight liquor, the odds of you getting a hangover are very slim. And that's the only reasons that I know this is through my keto experiments. Through my keto years, I was drinking booze without any chaser mix at all. I'm drinking like a glass of rum. You know what I mean? But sipping it. And I could pound down a full, like a beer mug of rum and not feel mashed up the following day. and get up the following day and actually do things. Although the night before I was bouncing off the walls.
Well,
So
you know the old expression, liquor than beer, you're in the clear. Beer before liquor, you'll never be sicker. Right?
damn straight.
Yeah, I believe there's a truth to that. But Grant, G-Man, I think that's G-Man. I think I'm right. He says I like to drink a sweet iced tea with some Deep Eddy's lemon vodka.
Mm-hmm.
I'm coming up with stuff I ain't never heard of.
Man, there's some real good, like I've never had Deep Eddies, but there are some very good lemon vodkas out there if you're paying attention. I got some from the Ukraine of all places. It's friggin' delicious. I'm not a big vodka guy, like really, but I got some of this lemon vodka for my Moscow mules that I make. It goes very nice with my Moscow mules, but there's some real good lemon vodka out there if you're at the liquor store. Just saying.
No, this isn't an alternative to Long Island. This is like I can just drink this. I don't have to be hungover, but this is like a hangover cure. Never tried the theory, but I know what this drink does to me. It's definitely going to be rocket fuel to my stomach, and it's going to
goes right through you. Huh? Is what you're saying? It goes right through you.
Yeah, that's what you need. It's going to come up one way or the other. You ever had that feeling after you've been drinking, and you just wish it would just come out? You just want to just get it over with. Just get this shit out because it's wearing me out. I'm feeling all woozy and just like ugh. And it just hangs around until it's ready to come out, and it's going to come out of your mouth.
Well,
when you drink this forces it the other way.
I don't have that. Like I'm saying, I drink this on a regular basis. I drink this with meals, and my meals don't come flying out, man. They stay with me. You know what I mean? They stay with me until they're ready to go.
You didn't put any Tabasco in that shit.
I get mine extra spicy, bro. You know me, man. I'm living on the edge with the spice, so I get my stuff extra spicy. And I drink them all. Like if there's a drink that you'll catch me out, and if there's a drink you'll catch me out at the restaurant drinking, this is it, right? This is basically it. If I'm at the bar, all bets are off and drinking other things. But at the restaurant, this is probably what you're gonna catch me with. I don't do wine. I don't like wine. It was funny. I was sitting with a bunch of my American counterparts. And I ordered one of this, and they're like, "Damn, you ordered a Bloody Mary? What the hell?" Because again, it's just not like it's not a regular restaurant drink in the U.S. And this is how I come to understand that.
What?
And
who told you that?
This is what my boy said. This is what the entire table said to me. And what's funny is another girl came over, and she's from North Carolina, but spent some time in Canada. And she came over to the table, and she was like, "Oh, so you're from Canada, right?" And I was like, "Yeah." She's like, "Oh, I could tell by the Caesar." I was like, "See?" And like we were all like, "Oh," because all three of the other guys sitting with me all had old fashions. They all ordered an old fashioned, sat down there pounding down these old fashions, and I got a Caesar, and they're like, "What the hell, bro? What are you doing?" You know what I'm saying? Like they found it super, super weird that I was drinking a Caesar. But yeah, no, this
any bar in the United States. Now I've been to some hole in the walls, and people was able to whip up a Bloody Mary. And you might go to a hole in the wall there. We ain't got the ingredients, but any reputable bar around this area will be able to serve you a Bloody Mary, bro. If they're reputable around here, they can serve you a Bloody Mary anywhere in and around the city, for sure.
Well, good to hear that this is something that still lives on strong in the United States of America, man.
Great drink, one of my favorite drinks in the world. I like everything you see, all the ingredients, including the celery. I'm eating all that, eating the olives. I'm chewing on the ice when this it's delicious to me.
Me too, man. I'm pounding the whole thing down and enjoying it with, like I'm saying, with a pasta, with a nice meal. That's how I eat this thing. Or that's how I drink this drink.
But if you do go to a dive bar and order one of these, they will roll their eyes.
There you go. And that's what I'm saying. If I'm at a bar, I ain't drinking this.
Why not?
because
you get a can of PBR for $2.
There's answer number one. You know what I'm saying? There's answer number one. That's it. But it's just not what I would be drinking at the bar. If I'm at the bar, I'm probably drinking some kind of whiskey. That's what I'm in there for. Or again, I'm having a beer, right? Like that's more my
Ooh, I'm gonna have to try this one, Grant. I mean, G man. He said, ever try 6 peppers Bloody Mary mix? He said, I like it a lot. It's spicy. I'm
See?
definitely I'm gonna go get it. I'm gonna go get it and have it in the house for the next time me and my girlfriend have one of them nights. And
See?
we do it pretty regularly around here, man. So I'm just saying, you know, on her dates, like she's got a weekend coming off this weekend, even though we got a game Sunday. Saturday might be one of them nights. I'm just saying. So I might have to make one of them requests when she go to the store. It's 5 peppers.
He says it's 5 peppers. Yeah, man. No, do that, man. I'm this is something anybody can enjoy this particular mixture of goodness, man. I love except for maybe Coach Tripp because of that vodka, but I love this drink. This is, like I say, this is one of my most regular go-to drinks.
All right, man. I could talk about this for a little while, man. But you know, last week we didn't get into the Bears conversation until like 2.5 hours into the show, man. We are beating that by an hour right now. We about to jump head first into the Bears conversation once I get this off the screen. And let me put the ticker on the bottom first so we can. There's some news that happened. Give me a second. Get my mouse. Going for a second. Give me a minute.
All right. You do your thing.
We had some movement going on, some workouts and those kinds of things. So we have Bear workouts. We have Jaquan Jackson, receiver, 5'9", 188. Receiver Dante Myers, 5'10", 190. Quarterback Tyler Elgersma, 6'5", 277. Safety Derek Ford, 6 foot, 206. Josh Bledsoe, safety, 5'11", 207. Defensive tackle DeAndre Coburn, 6'2", 332. Isaiah Rakes, D tackle, 6'1", 310. And Ty Summers got signed. And I think that's due to we lost to the Ravens. We lost Carl, what's his name? Carl Jones, a linebacker.
Carl Jones is the Raven now?
They scooped him up. And so the Bears have been busy. Bears have been very busy. I love these D tackles. Just telling you that right now. The only guy on here I haven't had a chance to really look at is the quarterback. I know the rest of these guys I've seen.
Well, the only thing I know about the quarterback, he's 6'5" from Canada.
Yes, he is. So what I can tell you is this. That's one of the better, like he's from one of the better football programs in the country. So I know Neville Gallimore went to the same school as him before finding his way into the NCAA and eventually getting drafted. There's another, I'm trying to remember who the other kid is that took the exact same path. But this school is like this. The situation in London, Ontario, is that there is there's a high school program. There's also a semi-pro program that's tied into a prep school and tied into eventually a college. And it's all just grooming, really, for athletes. That's what this whole little program is in London, Ontario. Very good program. And how I know is my kid used to play these guys every year at both levels. And their AAA program was they were very good. Disgusting team. I'm just wondering if you any idea how old Elgersma is? Let me see how old he is.
I don't think he's old. I think he's only been there a year, maybe, if that.
Like I'm just trying to think if he would have played with my son. He might have. but their team is very good, and it's because it's an entire program wrapped around football. I'm trying to think if there's and basketball, and they want to feed athletes from that program into the U.S. so that again they can get drafted and continue to just continue that program and its support.
I find it interesting.
Oh
man.
he would have played my kid, man. He's good. Then I
find it interesting. We've not seen. I've seen all the workouts come through here. We've not seen a quarterback be worked out yet. Today is the first. Yesterday was the first time I've seen a quarterback come through the pipeline in any workout, and I don't think I've missed any workouts so far. But and I might be wrong. If I miss one, somebody can let me know. But I find it interesting that he would be the tallest quarterback by far that we have on the team, 6'5", 227 pounds. That's more like what Jared Goff looks like.
Interesting. So what I can tell you. So he's 23. My son is 22. They definitely played each other during his time in AAA or semi-pro. Definitely played each other. That quarterback in London was super good. Probably the best in that particular league. The second best would have been the one who played with my son. So
Is
Green Bay. Say what?
Is Styles there?
Is he in town?
Is he there at the house?
No, he doesn't come back until next week.
I was about to say, get to bring his ass down there.
He would know. I would actually bring him on. So he definitely played Tyler. Like now that I'm thinking about this kid is tall. He would have got a couple of sacks on him over the course of time, but this kid is like he's very accurate and pretty mobile for what it's worth. CFL draft, second round overall, 18th pick, not terrible. Green Bay picked him up. He wasn't starting in the CFL. He had I do know that he had a little bit of a workout and a look with Green Bay. And at this point, apparently, they've allowed him to get scooped up by the Chicago Bears and looked at in some capacity too. So he's good, man. He's actually I've seen a couple of decent quarterbacks coming through the youth sports, and I can't remember the semi-pro league here. Anyhow, he's probably the better of the two that I've. There's two quarterbacks that I think could play in the NFL that I've seen. He'd be the first one.
So I believe you, kids, and I don't want to brush over these workouts as something insignificant because I don't think they are. Although I will say this is just from what I know. A lot of times when you see workouts at team facilities, they're favors. Sometimes, I ain't gonna say a lot of times. Sometimes they're favors for agent favors. Hey, I got a couple guys, man. Do me a favor and give them a workout, man. It'll do good for their confidence. Just get a look at them. Just take a look at them, and that's how it works. That's how you gain favor with certain agents, man. You do these things like you see on the bottom. I'm sure it's a couple of guys on this list that happen to be favors for agents, man. So, but I do think highly of these two defensive tackles, in particular, Keandre Coburn. That guy in particular.
Before we go there, Nomad, one question for yourself and kids, as he referenced, right? There's a school in Canada that produces athletes. Isn't there a school in Florida here in the United States, right, that does the same thing? Because I remember them talking about that during the last draft.
Yes, there is. I don't know what the school is. It's a prep school in Florida. What I can tell you is that
international something.
I won't know the name. I can tell you
an international program that the Canada guys go into, the African guys go into. From anywhere you can get into an international program. They do have that facilitated through the NFL.
So Aaron Rodgers wound up going to one of the Florida through that Florida program that I can verify as well. I'd have to go and do some research to find out where and what the actual school name is. But that's how he eventually burgeoned into the NFL, into college, and getting drafted ultimately. I know this because I know a guy who played on the exact same team. He's from British Columbia. I used to work with this guy. Shout out to Big Cam. Anyways, I used to work with this guy, and he used to play right alongside Aaron. Difference between him and Aaron got drafted. Cam did not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, speaking of not getting drafted, the defensive tackles, they did get drafted though, right? But didn't stick?
In some cases, yeah.
Depends on where you got drafted at. It's understandable, man. It's dudes that can play out there on the street. It's dudes that can play on people's practice squad.
Well, the one that you just mentioned.
Oh, Keandre Coburn, yeah. Yep. Yeah, I think he just came out maybe a year ago. I don't think he's been in has it been a year? He came out in this draft or the draft before, one of the two. I know that for sure. But he's one of, I thought he was better looking than, there's another D tackle that came out the exact same time as him, the guy that was right next to him. He ended up, I think, with the Titans, I want to say. I think it was with the Titans.
Sweat?
No, I think it might be Big Trevondre Sweat. It might be him, but I know I studied them, both of them. I just can't remember. I get so many goddamn players swimming around in my head, but I know that player. I know him and Isaiah Rakes.
So I'm gonna ask you a question though. So you said that you like these tackles. Hey, it's Dr. Earl. What up, Dr. Earl? I don't. Why? Like, like we clearly need linebackers. Like, there's no questions there. We need viable depth at that position. Do you think we need to do anything at the defensive tackle position?
Yeah, I think, to be honest with you, I think the rotation has been kind of weak. It's like whenever Javon goes out, and Javon ain't been playing particularly perfect football, but whenever he goes out, it seems to be a letdown. Like this year, I hate to say it, man, but Bill ain't playing his best football right now. I don't know if there's something going on with him, but he doesn't seem as impactful to me. I'm watching him on tape, and I'm just like, damn, Bill, he's like almost like overnight he lost a step, but there could be always injuries going on with a player that you're not hearing about. But he's definitely not having the punch off the ball that he had last year, and he was just really sticking out like he was last year. Definitely not seeing that on tape. He's getting taken out of plays, sometimes double teams, but just when he gets his one-on-ones, he's not winning. So I would be definitely looking at, because Bill is coming up on a contract year as well.
Well, there was talk before the season, right, from KB, his cousin, over there on one of the other podcasts over there for the Bears, right? That he was contemplating retirement.
Yeah, I remember.
And if he's at that point of his career, there could be a need for other tackles, as Jonathan Ford has not impressed. Chris Williams, right, has fallen off. Big Javon Dexter has not impressed. And Grady Jarrett, right, he's just now getting healthy, but he's still on the backside of his career. So as far as the interior goes, with Shamar Turner getting hurt, right, and going out for the season, now that interior is very, very shallow.
Yeah, it's just the rotation. It's the rotation. Javon's playing, let's just say, admirable football, but not like the best football that I know he's capable of. At times he really pops off the screen, but then at times it's like he goes to sleep. It's not consistent. I would just say that. But them looking at D tackles doesn't surprise me whatsoever, because they probably do need to beef up the rotation. One of these guys is going to get signed after Ty Summers just got signed, because there's a loose practice squad position open. And so within the next 24 hours, they'll probably fill it with somebody. I don't know if it's one of these guys they just worked out, but somebody's going to get a role. It's probably going to be a need role more than one of these guys.
Man. Of these two tackles, which one is a better fit going forward for a Dennis Allen defense?
Definitely the heavier one. That's Keandre Coburn. He's 332, and we need some beef up front just to help solidify run defense, man. I'm not saying that Isaiah Rakes is kind of built just the same, but just a little lighter. Could serve the same purpose, but if I had to pick one of them just on the film, it's Keandre Coburn for sure.
So, long story short, is we did sign a linebacker, so we got a little bit of linebacker depth. That's not so bad. That's all right. That's a good start.
Special teams demon, right?
Yeah, that's what we need.
That's definitely a special team signing. Also, another guy on here that what's his name? I forget his. I'll have to wait till his name comes up, but his last name is Jackson, receiver. Boy, that kid is cat fucking quick. If you ever want
to, I believe is
Jaquan Jackson. Yep, Jaquan Jackson, cat quick, and it's got long speed to burn. He's a beep guy, beep like the road runner. He's gone. Jaquan Jackson is speedy. And I'm sure they let him work out and just like, oh, if we can get an opportunity to put him on the roster and see what he can do, give him some special teams work like that. The only thing is with a guy that small, and he's not the biggest guy in the world, and neither is like Josh Blackwell, but you put him on special teams, you're going to have him out there as a returner, but you're going to need to have him do other things too. And that is get on the the kickoff and go down there and make tackles and get off blocks and make a play in the kickoff return game. Not the kickoff, but the kickoff team. And so you got to play multiple roles. So you got to be strong enough to not only play what your natural role is as a returner, but you got to give some other value too. So a lot of these guys, they find themselves without jobs and find themselves on the practice squad because they're like one-trick ponies.
Well, it looks like Ryan Poles, right? He's doing what happened to Carl Jones Jr. with the Ravens. They signed him after he was waived during the roster change-ups, right? And so he's able now to be a contributor for their team. He was a young UDFA for this team. But now, going forward, this is the time of year, even though this team is still fighting for a playoff position, right? But like last year at this time, they found Jonathan Ford off of a practice squad. So going forward, this front office might be looking around the league for other players, not only on practice squads, but free agents that fit better in this scheme going forward, especially on the defense when there are so many injuries to contend with, and as well as fitting the scheme fits.
It's interesting you just said that because I'm going to just be quite honest with you. Carl Jones coming out of school when he was at UCLA, his best attribute, now he's a solid linebacker in a 3-4 off linebacker kind of role. In the role that he has to play in his 4-3 defense, he's not rushing the passer really at all. In the 3-4 in the Ravens, he would fit much better. They'll probably get much more out of him in the role that he'll play with the Ravens if he gets up off the practice squad and onto the roster. He'll fit you. He'll flash there because he'll get after the quarter. That was his best attribute, was as a pass rusher. That was his best attribute, and he had no pass rushing role. He had no pass rushing role here in Chicago, so we didn't never get to see that trait in him. To be quite honest with you, he's a better fit in Baltimore.
Interesting. Long story short, as he gets on the field and gets paid. Can't argue with the man.
You wouldn't be surprised if he never got off the practice squad and they poached him again. He ended up back with Chicago. Who knows? But I do think he's a better fit in Baltimore.
I don't think they can do that. Right. So if you poach somebody off the practice squad, it's, to my understanding, you have to pay them as a part of your 53-man roster. That being the case, he's part of their 53-man roster, and they
no, kid. When they signed him, he was on waivers.
Yeah,
he wasn't on the practice squad.
He was on waivers.
They waived him first. That's why they got him so quick, because he was on waivers.
That might be different. They may be able to put him on practice squad in that case. You're right. Okay. All right.
Yeah. All right. That's that, man. Let's get to this injury report. Let me pull this down. I think we've seen enough of it. Let's get to the injury report. Give me a second. Let me share that. All right. Where are we at? Okay, here we go. Y'all see it?
Yes, indeed.
All right, let's just stick with one guy at a time, which is probably the longest conversation, and that is Kyler Gordon. I'm gonna let you guys talk before I say anything. I'll take all the meat off of this bone.
Man, I don't know what to say. It doesn't sound like he's going to be back anytime soon. And that's brutal for a guy who just got paid. He just Friday night. Sorry. He just got paid, man. Right. So we were hoping that we would get a little something from Kyler Gordon this season. And it really increasingly looks like that's not gonna happen, right? He came out, played a couple of games early in the season, came out and played a little bit of that the Eagles, and then that was the end of it. Couldn't make it to the following game, and I think that really hurt us this past week. We could certainly use. Hey, Abdul Jones, what to do? We could certainly use some Kyler Gordon right about now. And the reason I'm saying that is that there's now film. It kind of shows a great weakness of the Chicago Bears without Kyler Gordon, and that's in defending those crossers and drag routes. C.J. Gardner-Johnson is a fantastic player. That's just not necessarily his strength. So that being the case, I'm a little bit worried.
I should say something about that, kids, not to refute what you're saying, just to add a little something to it and maybe take it a little bit away. On that film, watching that play where CJ got took across the middle like that, taken across the middle.
There's a couple of them, don't know, man.
Yeah, when I told you during the game, during the live watch, that why are they having them play this alignment when you're playing head to head instead of taking the technique for me is to take something away. You might get something, but you won't get this. Whether you give them the outside lane or whether you give them the inside lane. But the rule of thumb playing cornerback, slot corner in particular, the rules that I played with, you take the inside, don't let him cross your face. Give him hell before he gets across your face. And that's going to disrupt the timing of everything the quarterback's doing. And so I don't particularly blame CJ for playing the technique that was asking him to play, because it happened twice, like you said. That's the technique they're asking him to play.
That's fair. That's a fair way of looking at it. Again, if that is the assignment and he is doing what he needs to do or what has been suggested that he do, he's following orders in that case and it ain't working out, then it's more of a Dennis Allen problem than it is a CJ Gardner-Johnson problem. My opinion, I'm fully in agreement with you. I thought he would jam the receiver at the line of scrimmage in both of those cases, the two snaps that I'm thinking of. I thought C.J. Gardner-Johnson would jam that wide receiver at the slot and at least, make him fight to get in front of him. He more or less got taken off the line.
I'm speaking to you from what I saw on film, what we saw live, and what I heard Ben Johnson say when asked about those plays.
Okay.
He said exactly what he said. He had a little bit of mishap with technique, and I know exactly what he meant by that. And that's just as we described, you play off coverage when you're in a man-to-man situation when there's nobody really behind you to help. You're hamstringing yourself. So that's got to they either have to, in the play like that, like the one that really cost us, the one crosser to Christian Watson. If you're gonna play that technique, if you're gonna give him a head-to-head matchup and not take the inside away or the outside, then you must have help over the top. That's the only way to really stay into that play, because all it takes is one step, and if that ball is on time, the receiver is gone from that cornerback, like you saw.
Yeah.
You've got to have some help over top. You can't just have him out there playing and there's nobody to help defend him behind him, man, when you just gave him the whole fucking field to run on.
Well, that's the problem, no. That's the trick bag that Dennis Allen has put in. Because of the lack of pass rush from the front four, he's forced to bring the blitz. And that will man up on the back end. And especially when the blitz doesn't get home, that leaves him hung out to dry, right?
You nailed it. And this is the grandest conversation to be had about the Chicago Bears defense. There is no pass rush. I don't know. The only times there's a pass rush is if we're manufacturing it with either a linebacker or a corner in today's world. Those
Well,
guys.
that's another reason that Kyler Gordon, right, is missing, because he was good at getting home on the blitz, as well as being in coverage, as well as tackling. So his skill set covers more than CD Deuce can offer. And that's not a knock on CD Deuce. It just means that Kyler's better. But for fuck's sake, he cannot stay on the field. Is this a strength and conditioning issue at Hallis Hall? Is it his diet? What the hell is the problem?
Well, that's exactly where I want to go. Let's just stick to Kyler Gordon for now, and we'll move on down this list. Here's the thing, and it makes me feel like that either the rehab process, they're not. I think maybe they might be pushing them out onto the field too early or something. That's the only thing I can think of. It's like what's funny about it is I've had one notable soft tissue injury. It was a hamstring, as a matter of fact. And I told you guys before, I think I said this on the show. What's funny about an issue like that is in about a week or two, in about 2 weeks, you feel like nothing's wrong so long as because at first you can hardly walk and extend your leg because you feel that shit. You feel that tug back there. And then all of a sudden you get a little better. You start to heal a little bit. You start to feel normal. You don't feel any of the tug. You don't feel any of the oddities that come with having a soft tissue injury. And then you start wanting to do more, right? Now you were just like, hey, man, I'm feeling good. And they're just telling you like, no, you that's natural. You're supposed to feel good after about a week or so, but you're not. You go out there and you try to open it up a little bit and you're going to fucking feel it. So that's probably what's going on with Kyler. He's starting to feel good and he wants to speed up the process. I don't know, but I know this. If you go out there too early and you go out there and you feeling good, you open up your gate a little too fast on a transition or something, it's going to take you down. You're going to start right back to zero where you started. So that's the danger of a soft tissue injury like that. If you get out there too early, even though you're making gains after a week or two, maybe 3 weeks, if you go out there too early pushing yourself, you're going to start right back at zero like Kyler is at right now. That's the danger about soft tissue injuries. You will have some gains, and all you have to do is make the wrong fucking move, and you'll start right back at scratch, bro.
Well, I don't even know what to tell you because it looks like a couple of the wrong moves have been made with respect to Kyler Gordon. He barely made it out of training camp this season. I think he's played a grand total of perhaps 3 games, and it doesn't look promising moving forward. And let me tell you right now, I was really hoping that we would see a little bit of this guy for Green Bay, versus Chicago, the sequel.
I just don't want him to have that trajectory, right, of a Tommy Harris or a Mike Brown.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I've ever seen. I hear you, G-Man. I hear you. But I don't know if I've ever seen in one season one player have the combination. He's had soft tissue injuries in 3 different places in one season. I don't know if I've ever seen that. And usually, you're going to have multiple soft tissue injuries in a season. It's usually the same one. You just didn't rehab it right. You didn't give it enough time. It's usually the same. He's had 3 different soft tissue injuries, 3 separate places. Groin, hamstring, and I think another hamstring. That's crazy.
I disagree with you, Red Baron. I wouldn't call Kyler Gordon a bust, right? I just call him fragile thus far. There's a difference. A bust means he can't play. He sucks because he doesn't have the talent or the skill set to be productive on the field. Kyler Gordon is productive as hell on the field. That's why he earned that second contract. And he was pretty much healthy before that. But since then, he's been snake bit.
Hey, check this out, kids. Remember that day when I told you, because Scrolls is saying all that flipping like a mutt. Remember that day we was in here doing a show.
How'd I know it was gonna come back to this to his damn flipping? Like I knew
remember
it was.
I said that. Remember I said that shit.
I also said it maybe 6 months later. You know what I mean? I thought later on I had to stop and be like, damn, my boy's just flipping in the sky and like
jinx this motherfucker.
We just need you to be on the ground safe and making tackles. Stop all this Spider-Man shit. It's cool, but it ain't that cool. You know what I mean? It ain't cool enough that we don't want to see you for an entire season. So be careful. Take care of yourself, Kyler, please, man. We need to get you on the field, bro. We need to get you on the field healthy and trained up in football shape so you can make your impression felt next year. Again, upside for where you sit is you got paid. Downside is your team really needs you right now.
I know this, man. Kyler is like he behaves like a goddamn kid with ADHD. And he's just hyper, and needs football for all that. I was watching Kyler's got a podcast now where he puts out videos. Been watching him, do his thing. I don't know, man. Some of this is nutrition. Some of this is trainers not stopping you from getting out in the field and putting yourself at risk. I think it's a combination of them both. If I had to guess, some nutritional stuff and just the trainers have to have some breaks, man. You got to put some breaks on these cats. And I've been in the training room with guys hollering and almost getting into it with the trainers, talking about they're getting held back. Trainers holding me back. I've seen that shit, man. It's like almost brawls happening in the training room because they're getting mad because the coach is going to go off of whatever their representation of the situation is, right? Mm-hmm. And that's the right thing to be. But when you're ready to go and there's somebody that's watching your injury and watching your process saying, no, you ain't there yet, you have to respect it. You have to respect it. And so maybe we're at that point with Kyler right now. Any other thoughts?
It grinds my gears when current players have podcasts. That's all.
Well, I don't think he should be podcasting at all. I'm kind of right there with you on this one. We need him on the field, man. Let's get Kyler on the field. Brother, I wish him well. I wish him health. But, man, the Chicago Bears definitely need him back on the field, man. They do.
All right. We're going to skip right on over Travis Homer because there's not a lot to talk about there. We get to some Rome Odunze. He's coming back with the limited practice. And what do you guys see? The thing about this is it's going to lead me into a DJ conversation, but I'm not.
How did I know you were going there too? Like that. This is why I'm sitting back.
I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it because we're talking about Rome Odunze. We'll get to that when we get to. Because how are we gonna do this, kids?
Let's just keep it short and sweet. My man looked like he's coming back. Right, it looks like he's coming back. He was in limited practice, limited capacity on Wednesday. That being the case, give him another couple of days. I think we will see Rome Odunze ready to go against the Cleveland Browns. Worst come to worst, he sits this week. I don't think it's the end of the world if he does, but clearly. He's Caleb's favorite target, and having him back on the field, his impression will be felt. So that's it.
He is needed, and his impression is felt. But at this point in the season, understanding that the playoffs are still being fought for, he needs to be on the field. But it would be helpful for just the physical injury, right, of a stress fracture in the foot. You can't just will it away because he could make it worse, and now he's out for the rest of the season. But if he takes one more week off, maybe he's that much more healthier coming back for the Packers game.
Couldn't say it better.
The way I understand it is he's pretty much been dealing with this pretty much the whole season. I've seen actually now that it's come out and he missed a week, I do remember a lot of different plays where he's come up limping, but he continued to play. And that might be true. He probably been dealing with it for a long time. Football players at this point, everybody's nicked up and busted up a little bit, and it's about pain tolerance at this point. It's about pain tolerance. Of course, I've never had a stress fracture in my foot, so I can't speak to that in particular. But I think at this point, it's got to be about pain tolerance. What can you do? What can't you do? Can you deal with it? Can you not? That's what it is at this point. And obviously, we need him out on the field because you can tell, you can sense in Caleb was definitely missing the cat for sure. That's 100% true. And so I'll just leave that there before we get, because how are we going to do this? We're going to talk about this injury report. Then we're going to exercise those demons on the Packers game that just happened. Then we're going to get ahead to the Browns game. So I just feel like we need to close that book on the Packers game. But that's where we are. All right, what do you think about this Tyreek getting a limited practice, man? What do you think, Coach?
Tyreek would be an asset back on the field, right? But he has been out several weeks, and now that his coming back in practice, I do not expect him to be a big difference maker on the field this week, especially with the weather and how cold it is, right? And his hip, those joints need to be loosened and stay loosened. It may still be healing and recovery-wise, and he may be good enough for the walkthroughs and in practice, but game time, let him make sure he's good to go. If that means another week off, then so be it.
The question for me is just game speed. Are you back up to snuff? Are you in game shape? He's had a couple of weeks off now, and you can only hope that he's still in game shape and everything's fine and he hasn't missed a step. You plug him in, or you work him into a rotation with Jalen Johnson, who's, I'll say he's hurting a little bit, but anyways, he's definitely lost a step due to his time off. Maybe you rotate these two guys in at that one, number one CB and see what kind of output you get. And that's my thoughts there. I think we do need Tyreek. It'd be great if he's able to suit up, but we'll see what the rest of the week looks like.
Yeah, Tyreek, we definitely need him out there. I love to see us get back to a problem with having too many corners that can play and be effective in a game. Jalen, I can tell Jalen just watching him, he just needs to get reps, and he just needs to get back into where he's flowing. It feels like looking at him run and react to certain stuff going on out there. It's almost like he doesn't trust it yet. I don't know if that makes any sense to y'all, but he just doesn't trust.
Well, if it's not making the business decision on not making that tackle on Josh Jacobs, right, on defense when he was surrounded by 4 Bears, and Jalen Johnson said, no, thank you, Olay. That is something that he has done throughout his career, right? He is not a tackling cornerback. He's a coverage cornerback. But now coming back from injury from his core and his groin, he still has to get his legs under him. And then also remember, since he's been out so long, this is his first foray into the Dennis Allen defense. So he's still feeling his way out there defensively as well as physically. And it showed up as he was burnt and missed assignments in the Packer game, right?
Well, I think it's less than that. I think it's all about the gate when he has to open up and transition. I can see the hesitation. I can see the step. It's like I think he's a great cover cornerback. I think he's a great one-on-one cornerback. For him to get back to the level I know he can play at, and watching it on film, I can tell that there's a hiccup there. And he doesn't fully trust it yet. And he's getting in shape too at the same time. So you got conditioning shit going on, and you got to play enough reps to where you trust your body is going to be your body, and you're going to be able to do the things that you normally do on a regular basis. Just by the film, it don't look like he's there yet. He's trying to find it. He's trying to find that shit again. That's what it is. It ain't have nothing to do with nothing else. It's just when you can't transition with the burst that you normally transition with, your groin is everything when it comes to your transition. Your groin, your hamstrings, your ankles, all of that stuff is very impactful in your transitions. And that's all the cornerback does. transitions in, transitions out, transitions up, transitions back. And so when you're growing is something that you're worried about, I can see why the hiccup is there. That's all it is, man. He just got to get to a point where he trusts it again.
Interesting. Well, we'll see how that all shakes out, man. We'll see.
All right. I think we're talking about Jalen. Any other thoughts on Jalen? Go for it.
No, it just looks like he's lost a step, and again, that's probably just a conditioning thing. They're load balancing him in. Hopefully, he eventually gets back into to Jalen Johnson game shape and continues his Pro Bowl trajectory. Right now, this past week, he didn't look great.
Nah, it was obvious to me something was up with that. It's clear. You know, he's got to learn to trust again, man. Trust his body and let whatever's going to be is going to be. It's going to be that. You know what I'm saying? That's just play football. You know, that's just where it's got to be. He's got to get his mind there, and his body will follow.
All
right,
there we go.
Any more thoughts on this injury report?
Yeah, no. I mean, we could talk about Ruben Hippolyte, but what for? At least we're getting one more linebacker into the fold, into that linebacker room that's taken such a hit. Speaking of which, I was really interested to note that Noah Sewell virtually only suited up at special teams and didn't suit up at linebacker at all this past week. Found that a bit odd.
All right. Any other? Let's just move on to the Packers game. Let's get that out the way because I think we do need to exercise that demon, to be quite honest with you. And before I go, let me just set the table. With as salty as I got with the close of that game, the ending of that game, it didn't really get no better watching the tape, guys. It didn't get no better watching that tape. And let's just stick to the offensive side of the ball, and then we'll go defense. The offensive side of the ball, watching these guys, it's like, holy shit. Caleb Williams, if I can get you to execute on your early opportunities, I don't know that we're in a situation where we're struggling for a last-second victory. And I'll just start there, man. That's the part that really got to me watching the tape. I'm good now, but when I was watching it, it was really upsetting, man.
So you're saying he's leaving a lot on the table then?
He's leaving a lot of cash out on the field.
Well, that becomes a touchy situation, right? Because anytime that you can point out earned criticisms or levels in the game that he has to correct, everybody wants to get all defensive, like it's a damn cult. And then they say, well, the defense should have made stops. It's like, well, we're not talking about the damn defense right now. That's a whole different subject. We are talking about the quarterback, and his footwork is still work in progress. He's making the right decisions. It's just sometimes he might be a little late, right? Because that play to Cole Kmet on the last play, he made the right decision. He just made a bad pass. Now, his reaction after the game was like, well, he's like Jordan, and he's just going to shake that shit off. It's like, okay, but you better make that next one because Jordan did.
That part's funny because that's what I said at the end of the game, which is, like Ben Johnson as a head coach, he can't continue to take the ball out of the quarterback's hand. That's not in anybody's best interest, especially the young quarterback who's trying to gain confidence in his game. So when I say again, it's funny because I called the play, like I called it too, man. If you all remember watching the game, I stopped and I said, 4th and inches, they could run the ball here, but then I noticed that Swift was on the field, and I was like, nope, I'm pretty sure this is gonna be some sort of a pass over the top. He can also bootleg right and get the first. And there it was. It happened, and It's funny because I remember Nomad going, no, no, run the football. I was like, all right, like I'm not mad at this play call because you trusted your guy. You put that trust in the quarterback. And unfortunately, on that particular play, he just didn't. It's not even like. Could he have made a different read? Yes, he could have. He could have went to DJ, and I think we all know that. But I think, moreover, it was mostly just a really bad pass, man. It's not a great pass.
That DJ Moore, right? The only way that would have been successful had he pump faked, because DJ Moore didn't spring open until he basically was throwing the ball and everybody collapsed on the quarterback. So technically he was open, but not at the time the ball was released. That was all a moot point with a pass to the back pylon, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, that would have that would have saved the day. Gotta agree with that. So I don't know. Again, unfortunate pass at the end of the game is what it is. I think there's we can really zero in and dissect this pass a lot more if you want, but there's other things to talk about with regards.
It is. It's
you know what I'm saying?
That one play is the thing that irritates everybody, and everybody will hang on to that play, but it was so many other plays, so many other opportunities. Like that last play, just to get it out of the way, is a 3-layered concept. The field's cut in half, and you're a weapon. There's a middle flat, and then there's the end zone flat, corner flat. And you make a choice. They put it, which is the right thing to do. You put it in your quarterback's hand and make him go make a decision. And I'm not going to say it's the wrong decision. It was to me, in that situation, the ball doesn't leave my hand. I'm going to make sure, unless somebody's hot on my ass and ain't got no chance in hell at getting the first down, I'm going to make sure I get the first down, because everything else is risky. Actually, Cole Kmet was open a little bit earlier. He just didn't throw the ball, but he threw the ball once the ball got in the air. That's when Keyshawn Nixon kind of fell back into that coverage, and that's just the way it played out. But there's so many other things, man, and this is gonna I'm gonna tell you guys something. One of the things I heard this week that really sticks to me is something I've been saying for a minute here. And that was from Matt Forte. He was on 670 The Score. I just so happened to scroll by and seen this. And he said something to the effect that Caleb Williams, sometimes his biggest enemy is his feet. And I'm gonna go into what he's trying to say there. It sounds exactly like it is. Sometimes the idea in an offense like this, in a Kaiman offense like this, it's very, very important that you don't get happy feet. And if you get happy feet, you step into the pocket, not away from the pocket. Whenever you run away from a West Coast offense timing system, whenever you run away from the pocket, you really just threw the whole trajectory of the play out the window. And now everybody's playing fast break basketball. And now they're just kind of reacting to you, trying to see if they can get a pass. I know Ben Johnson, he might not say it publicly, but I know damn well he's completely frustrated with Caleb. And that's why he ends up losing so much money on the field. There's all kind of $100 bills, 50s and 20s all over the field, because instead of stepping into that pocket, and sometimes you might have to take a shot on the chin. That's kind of what Matt Forte was saying. You got to be willing to take that sometimes, just to make sure you stay true to that play, because the stuff is there.
Ben's dialing it up, man. He's dialing up daggers. It's not just that. He's dialing up situations that he's seen before. Like, Caleb's seen a lot of these concepts at this point in live reps. So he should be able to build out from there and start actually hitting these receivers in stride. But he's not able to do so just yet. It's fine.
Well, that's why they call them growing pains.
Yeah.
The pain part, that shit is annoying. But we hope that the development goes to where now that we can look back and say, hey, remember when they weren't developed? But now look at the anticipation throws, look at the footwork, look at the under center, look at the audibles, and look at the command of the offense. That will take time, understandable, but being victims of their own success and being so close to the playoffs, we need faster development, but we can't rush it, but we need it.
Scrolls, understand what I'm saying. Scrolls says, so we need 30 points every week to win, Nomad. That's not the point at all. The point I'm trying to make, this is, you'll understand it when I say it like this. Let's just say, even though we don't have to have 30 points to win every week, there's probably 40 to 45 points on the field every week with the way Ben Johnson is designing this offense and some of the opportunities that are there. We could be 40 burger. This is a 40 burger kind of offense, man. I am telling you, Scrolls, don't take it as a criticism to Caleb so much. I'm talking about the way this offense is scripted. Every time I look up, I'm just like, I could tell you flat out, there's probably 18 to 20. I'm gonna give you on a low bar. Probably 12 to 15 tutties left on the field so far this season. Sure tutties. There's one every single week. And so I'm telling you, Scrolls, when this kid gets it, when he realizes that in the pocket is where he's going to make his money, and the money that the way Ben Johnson scripts this up, it's like foolproof shit. All you got to do is deliver in your execution. This is a 40 burger fucking offense. Not that we have to have that every week. This is a 40 burger scheme. I'm seeing the plays out there. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, there's a lot being left on the table. It's dig a little bit deeper. That first half of football was not a good thing to look at. Like I remember him coming into to this team and saying, I believe Courtney Cronin asked him, it was either Courtney or Dion, one of the female beat reporters asked him, do you feel nervous? And he's like, no, I don't get nervous. I never get nervous. Nervous is not an emotion that I ever deal with in my life, and I'm built for this shit, is like more or less what he was saying. And I don't know if it could be anything other than flat out nerves, man, but he's not accurate until he really starts to lather it up, and that's generally quarter 3 or midway through quarter 2. Takes him a while to get there.
It's more than that, kids. And y'all gonna have to be tough and have some thicker skin right now with what I'm going to tell you. And that is, I think he's completely uncomfortable executing out of play action. And that's unfortunate. That's fucking unfortunate, because a large part of what Ben Johnson does, and I'm sure they've tailored the scheme to get him out from under the center a little bit more because he's Caleb Williams, and that's just where he's more comfortable at. But that doesn't really make this offense the dangerous offense. You got to be able to execute. So when you got a running game as effective as this running game has been the last 3-4 weeks, you got to get those plays. Those are opportunities on the field out of those play action plays. That defense is freezing when we go to look like we're handing off that ball. And there are things open over the top. That's the whole reason for doing that concept in the first place. To pull that ball out from the belly of the running back, drop back, and deliver a strike down the field, get that 7 points. That's what he's missing. He cannot execute to the level that he needs to at this point in the under the center. And that's hurting us, bro. Big time.
Well, they gotta manufacture. They have to manufacture points in the first half of football games. It's about that simple. I can put it all on Caleb. There's got to be a couple of other answers here as to why things look the way they do, but I don't know, man. Get some big old magnets and see if it helps.
Well, the thing is, being a team game, right? The offense shouldn't give a shit what the defense is doing and vice versa. They each have their own responsibilities. On offense, it's to score the football. Every drive should end in points, especially when the defense, who's struggling and hurt, turns the ball over. But now the defense has its own responsibilities. And if they cannot carry the weight, if the offense needs to score 30 points to win the game, then the offense needs to score 30 damn points to win the game. It is what it is. Is it ideal? No. But you want to win? Then you don't point to the other side of the ball and go, well, you all didn't make any stops, so fuck it. No, you play to win.
Makes sense to me.
Last thing with Caleb, and I'm not hanging everything on him, but it's a large onus goes on him. He's the quarterback. He's the leader. He has to execute the plays. And this whole thing with DJ, and I had a fair share to say about that Sunday, and I still feel the same looking at the tape. I still feel the same. And anytime you have a player of that caliber and that good, sometimes you have to throw that ball to him. Freaking chance be damned. You throw that damn ball to him. When you got to have it plays, you got $20 million man walking around on the field presenting opportunities for you. When he's not double covered, you get him the goddamn ball. That inability to make the connection with DJ, I'm not putting any of it on DJ. I don't know what the fuck it is, to be quite honest with you, but I don't like it. He's become too Romo Dunze dependent. And it's starting to annoy me watching him play football. DJ's been a good sport about it too. You don't see him out there, bad body language. He ain't pouting. He's just going through the motions. But every time he has opportunities and Caleb's throwing that ball 10 miles over his goddamn head, and it just makes me feel a certain kind of way. I'm like, what in the fuck is going on here? DJ probably have 1,200 yards by now if he just connect on this shit. Execute the plays. That shit's pissing me off, man. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Me too, brother. Me too. Because this is a conversation that we've had a few times over the last 2 years. I don't know what's going on there. I'll say this out loud. I don't like manufactured horizontal touches for DJ Moore at all. I think that's absolute garbage. Luther Burden, sure, give him a little gadget work. I don't think DJ Moore should have anything to do with that at all. It should not be this hard to get him the football. And in that respect, I don't know what you do with that come the end of the season. They've really pushed pushed his contract back. They recontracted him twice. I know that's going to be sort of a significant situation if they decide to move on from DJ. DJ's got under 500 yards on the season, and that ain't great. Right, he's got a long ways to go to have an actual viable season. Maybe they turn things around this weekend moving forward, but yeah, it's been a rough go for DJ Moore so far.
You got to understand, man. You got to understand this guy's. It's almost laughable when you look at it on film.
I hear you, man, and I don't. I've heard that he runs lazy routes or poor routes.
Who said that?
It's been said. I don't necessarily believe that at all. Right? I don't believe that at all, because what I've seen is a guy, a wanton blocker. I've seen him get his nose, put his nose into blocking situations and get open, right, within his route. So I don't know, man. I don't understand why it's this hard.
It is a damn shame the way this offensive coaching and staff is utilizing DJ Moore, right?
Absolutely.
You would think that if the connection wasn't there with the quarterback, they could design more plays that is like, hey, quarterback, DJ Moore is the open man on this play. Throw him the damn ball. That does not seem to be happening, or it does happen, but the ball is short or over his damn head. I don't know what it is. It's not precision route running. He's a damn number one quarterback. Number one pick, that is. Throw the ball to the receiver. He doesn't have to be it precisely on that dime, but get it to him. That seems to be the issue, and it shouldn't be that way. Now, the quarterback, Caleb Williams, right? He is finding a connection with Loveland, but it shouldn't be an individual connection with individuals. He's the quarterback. He's the point guard. Feed your athletes, of which DJ is one of the main ones.
So Scrolls, I gotta tell you, man, I love you, man, but you know you in here capping. You know you in here capping. I'm just telling you right now. That's straight cap, and you know it's cap. Let me tell you something, man. Hawkeye, I actually mentioned that last week because I just didn't know what else to say at this point. But every time I watch the film, I'll tell you this much. Let's just say about 15% of what I keep seeing every week, and it's pretty consistent every week. About 15% of the 12 to 15% of the plays, DJ's in blocking. He's helping with the run game. He's blocking. He's doing a good job executing his assignments. But after that, he's being routed up, and opportunities are there. Talking about like 85% more of the plays, he's in routes and there to throw the ball. You know, every now and again they roll covers over top of him and try to take DJ away. But lately, they're not even doing that because they're not trying to get the ball to DJ down the field, or Caleb's just not throwing it to him. I don't think it's the coach. I think so, especially on the deep routes. I do believe that Caleb Williams does not have the confidence in throwing the deep routes. It almost feels like he feels embarrassed because he's so inaccurate down the field. And so he just won't even throw him. DJ be one-on-one, got somebody tethered to his outside shoulder, and he's got him. All you got to do is just rope that ball out there to him. That's it.
The frustrating part is this is one of the first quarterbacks that just refuses to rip it deep. I'm not saying throw it into danger, right? Or just get it picked off. But too many times you see Rome or DJ put up the mailbox post, right? Put up the hand like shuck it deep, quarterback. And he doesn't, or he misses.
Yeah, brutal situation across the board. I don't know how you fix it. I was thinking there, I think maybe you give him a couple of deep shots early in the game. Maybe that'll help him acclimate to, just being out there. Like there's like a disconnect here within Caleb mostly, because that second half was a second half just like a few of the second halves that we've seen over the years with Caleb Williams. Somehow second half shows up and he is the Iceman, as they like to call him. He's cold-blooded, gets the job done. It's the rest of the game, that first half of the game, that he seems to need a little bit of support with.
Hey, G-Man, trust me, when I watch it, it gets late in the game. Let's just say after, you attempt to go to DJ and the ball ain't right and it's just fucked up. Later on in the game, he gets to a point where he's out on the route and he knows the ball ain't coming. He's going to slow down and just be like, all right, that play is over. You see that kind of energy, but he's not pouting about it. Mm-hmm. He's just like, okay, why keep running this full-ass route when I know this ball ain't coming? That's where the energy is to me when I look at it. And it's just a fucking shame. You got a player that good that you're not getting the ball to. You're not even throwing it to him. And when you throw it to him, it's inaccurate as fuck. Somebody just needs to call that what it is. That's not right. And they need to fucking fix it. Is that too hard to say?
No.
Shit.
Makes sense to me.
Yeah, I mean. All right. So offensively, that's what bothered me looking at that. But man, we got to a point where we was able to really, really, impose our will on them in the run game, and it was really starting to be effective, man. They was biting off 4 or 5 yards a chunk at a point. especially in the second half. And you can see those dudes reeling, man. You can see that running game was really taking it out of them, man, taking all that punch out of them. And that's why I felt like we had them. You know what I mean? And it just, it just didn't work out in the end. But, man, that running game, I believe, is something that we're going to be able to lean on. I think the offensive line is just getting better and better all the time. It looked a little rough at time because we were dealing with Micah Parsons and they were doing things to try to neutralize him on a regular basis. And that's what you have to do against guys like him. They're going to have to do the same fucking thing this week against what's his name, number 95. So
Myles Garrett.
Yeah, Myles Garrett. So that's just the way it's got to be, man.
O-line's doing a great thing.
That you don't care about DJ's production, just keep winning. But you get DJ more production, that goes a long way to help winning.
That's facts, right?
And also, I have one more question.
Go ahead.
Why the hell does not Coach Antoine Randall L. of the wide receivers, right, or Ben Johnson or anybody tell these wide receivers, hey, you have Caleb Williams as a quarterback. He is either going to roll left or right out of the pocket. Be aware and be ready to help. Why do they still not come back to the quarterback?
There's a good question. There's only a few receivers that I see regularly do it. Main one being Colson Loveland seems to be very good at it. Unfortunately, he does not get targeted anywhere near enough when that's happening. Cole Kmet's not bad at it either. But the actual wideouts, you never see it. You know what? No, sometimes you see it with Rome. Rome tends to get to a point where he looks back and comes back to help. Maybe that's part of DJ's problem. Maybe that's it. I just don't know. I just don't know what's causing these slow games, right? What is truly causing the overall slowness of this offense? It moves at a and this is an offense that was scoring on the first drive for a bunch of weeks this season, and now all of a sudden we're back to almost Flucian, Flucian fare. There, take that, Matt Eberflus. In any event, I don't
know. Sorry. I read something funny there in the chat. They said, called and it is an elite QB. Caleb is an elite QB. When you're supposed to be at a spot for a route, you need to be there on time. Not once in this goddamn season have I seen that ball come out on time more than 20%.
There's that, right? So it's hard to say that, Grant, right? When he is rolling out of the pocket and changing the timing of the play, right? That play shifts time the second he rolls out and avoids stuff. Now, not to say that he shouldn't be rolling out at all. There's many situations when he should be, and it looks beautiful when he does. The flip side to this, the inverse, is if he actually just sort of steps up into the pocket, guns the ball on time, and takes the hit. He's really much more focused on avoiding the hit, which, again, changes the entire trajectory of the planned play. So the timing piece is going to be off. So then you get into backyard football and hope to God these guys are ready for backyard football. And what Coach Tripping is saying is they ain't ready for backyard football. I don't know.
It is at some point you got to see. I think after 13, 14 games, at this point, this is what it is. This is what it is. And so that's why I was saying Sunday that maybe the plan from this point on out is got to be, but it just, if it doesn't get better, I don't see us doing what we need to do come playoff time. If it doesn't get better, and I'm talking about under center, him playing on time, if he can't get that, he's got to throw this ball on time and all that scrambling. it's like you don't have to scramble all the time, man. They're giving you a nice cushy pocket. All you got to do is step up in it. Don't be afraid to take a hit, and you're going to make way more plays. Of course, nobody likes to see the quarterback. He's the number one quarterback. But at times, to stay true to the play, that's what you have to do. You're basically capping your own self in the foot, and then the entire team every time you roll out of the pocket, even though you're talented enough to make some of these plays. But some of these opportunities, when you got a good running game and an effective running game, and you don't strike on some of these opportunities and play action, you're hamstringing us. That's just the bottom line. That's called playing on time and delivering the ball and execute.
Yep. There's
Indeed.
no. Go ahead, Coach.
No, I was just agreeing. Everything's been said. It just needs to be done.
Scrolls, those are two interesting characters because they would actually work out in with regards to a trade, right? Because all three of these people have been paid by their respective teams, and it's really just a question of draft capital. Like, what do you want to let go with regards to draft capital to the other teams? So it would work out well actually for a DJ Moore trade for those guys, for Max Crosby or Myles Garrett in that case. Just given what you're saying, that would actually work out very well. Line of sight. Then the question is like who. Like, then there's a bigger question, and the question is like, who is your wide receiver on the other side? Is that LB3? Which is I'm fine with, really. Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm okay with that.
All right, let's move to the defensive side of the ball, man. Because one thing I've seen a lot, but the one thing that really sticks out at me, and it actually pains me to have to say this thing. The one thing that really sticks out at me, and I keep seeing it time and time again throughout the season, and that is Jaquan Brisker slow to the ball when the ball is in the air. He's just not quick and fast enough. He's just not quick and fast enough. There's many times I'm watching Jaquan Brisker with the ball in the air, just not having the closing speed that he needs to make a play on the ball.
Is it closing speed or awareness?
No, it's not awareness. No, trust me when I tell you, it's exactly closing speed. He's plenty aware. He's a smart player, very smart. His FBI is off the chain, but you need the foot speed and the quickness to match what you're seeing. And he's not able to close on the ball. I've seen that probably 10 times during the season, the same way.
But it's his closing speed, and he may see it, but I say that because he sees it, but it's like a delayed reaction before he moves. Now, first of all, he was never good in coverage, right? But there's a lot of missed assignments, a lot of confusion in the secondary, and even on run plays, he's not closing up and putting the ball carrier in the ground. He's a step slow, and he looks lost.
I don't know about lost, Coach. I just keep seeing eye recognition and reaction to the play slower. And that's just foot speed to me, quickness, bursts, getting from A to B. That's mainly what I'm talking about. I think he's got great football IQ. He's got great, he can recognize some things, but then sometimes it's just, can you get to the play as fast as you think you get? You're not getting there as fast as you think you are, sir. You're late. You're like a second late every single time. And it's like, sometimes it's alignment, if you got enough depth, and if you like just say, for instance, kids, if you're sitting back there as a free safety, they put you out up top and they put Kevin down in the box, Kevin Byard down in the box. And you gotta, when you're backpedaling, you're trying to make sure you're looking at both sides of the ball, both sides of receivers coming at you. And so you got a third responsibility of the deep, right?
Yeah.
And the ball can go left, the ball can go right. When you're trying to keep yourself evenly spaced in between both of those opportunities. Now, once you see the arm of the quarterback come up and the ball come out, how fast are you getting from A to B to make a play on that ball? That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. It speaks to the fact that he doesn't have very many, if any, interceptions. I don't mean just on the year. I mean traditionally, doesn't get very many INTs at all. So you're probably bang on, whether it's foot speed or, again, potentially awareness. I don't know whether it's a combination of both, but he got burned up this weekend, and it was kind of embarrassing. It was kind of an embarrassing look because he could have taken that ball away, and I think we can all agree with that. That ball could have gone the other direction if he had just maybe a step more.
Or at the very least, laid out and tipped it away.
Absolutely. I think that's also on the docket.
And to be very fair, I have to say this, it was a couple of times during the game, KB got a little nosy and it cost him. But those are reasons that, when I say being nosy, he's looking for a play to jump, and he got caught over the top. That's what I mean by being nosy. He just lost alignment, and a guy got behind him, and he couldn't make up the speed. Now, normally that doesn't happen to Kevin Byard, and if you're a ball hawk and you're just trying to make sure you get a turnover a game or something or two, you're gonna probably try to jump something that you think is coming, and you might pay for it over the top. And that happened to him maybe, I'll say once for sure, maybe twice. I'm not sure exactly on the second one, but I know it happened once. Just being greedy.
Yeah. All right. I'm good with the Jaquan conversation. I don't know what you do there. There's really nothing you can do other than maybe give Jaquan a swift kick in the ass. You know what I mean? Like, he's not moving anywhere. He's going to have that position, and I don't know if Hicks would be any, like, it's funny. So Hicks, I think, actually, like, excels in awareness and speed. I just don't know if him accelerating in those two arenas, if that's actually going to be better than
his ball speed. I mean, his reaction speed. He's much quicker and faster than Jaquan Brisker. I'd say he can beat Jaquan in a race by a step or two. I mean, it's just foot quickness and speed. He's got both. He's got long speed and he's got foot quickness. He really should be, if you ask me, he should be a slot corner. That's what he should be playing. But you got him out over top playing safety. He might be a better option at this point. Where Jaquan excels is down in the box, and he's a threat down there in the box, where Hicks is, he lacks a little bit. He's not as heavy as Jaquan, and he doesn't pack as much a punch, and he kind of gets dinged up a little bit when he has to play down in the box. To me, that's his only weakness. Talking about Elijah Hicks is when he has to play in the box, you're only going to get so many tackles out of them shoulders before you might have to go to the tent.
But unfortunately, this season, right, Jaquan Brisker hasn't been that thumper in the run game or support. He make a play here or there, but overall, it's like, oh, is number 9 on the field? Oh, there he is.
Sounds about right.
Hey, guys, give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
All right. Yeah. That's Jaquan, ladies and gentlemen. Like I say, I love what he does in the box. I love what he does with respect to tackling. He does a little too much with respect to tackling in some cases, which again goes back to that injury concern with him. But he could be a heck of a lot more impactful in the actual passing game, as being where he is. He's not, and it's a bit concerning. So there is that with regards to Jalen Johnson. On the defensive side, I want to transition to somebody else, but I don't want to steal Nomad's thunder here, man. I'm gonna give him a second to get back, because there's a certain person I want to talk about, and hopefully he gets back soon.
Well, until he does, we can take the opportunity to plug the channels.
This is a great call. So, my guy, where are you? Where can the world find you, friend?
Well, right now, it's myself and Trips, right? We got the channel at Trip Kundo, TRIPPKUNEDO. And it's for self-defense videos, teach you how to protect yourself in the situation arises, and also balance, coordination, and mobility for all ages. Please subscribe, and those videos are dropping directly. And then also a shout out to the cohort there at Sports Chicago Style, right? That's also a channel there on the YouTube, as well as Chef Trips. He has his own.
Hello, this is Chef Trips. Please join us on the last Wednesday of every month on the Nomad Network for the show Some Extra Sauce for my live cooking segment, An Effort in the Kitchen, where we make inexpensive but tasty foods that will be beautiful. And I look forward to seeing you there.
Shout out Chef Trips.
All right. Thank you for those public service announcements. I heard them, but I didn't see. All right, let's get to something else. That's let's just get to the damn Cleveland game, because I think it's worth talking about real quick. I'm gonna just take a little meat off.
Ed's had a question.
I did. Any idea if Tremaine Edmonds gets back? I don't think he's going to get back for this game here in Cleveland.
No, I don't think so. You'd have saw him on the practice list, whether he was having a limited or something. No, I doubt it.
I think he gets back for the following week.
I mean, he'll. I think the window will open next week.
Me too. Love to have him back for that Green Bay game. I think he makes a huge difference, especially if we don't have Kyler Gordon involved. But that's my 2 cents there. We've definitely been missing them. Both those guys, especially Maine. Just a lot of things that his presence alone prevents a team from being able to do. Some of that. It's a lot of things that they're doing defensively because Maine's not there, and they're trying other ways to cover up the fact that Maine's not out there. Exactly what's going on.
Just to put that out there for you. All right, but anything else with the Packers game before we get to Cleveland?
Nah, we good to move.
Now I'm gonna give you guys, and when I get through saying this, I think you guys will get where I'm coming from. Cleveland, I told you guys they're dangerous. One of the top 3 teams defensively in the league. For a long time this year, they were number 1, but they gave up some plays the last couple of weeks and probably dropped their rankings a little bit. But I am no doubt in my mind that is one of the most stout defenses in the league that can create havoc. They don't do a whole lot of exotic defense. They just play the damn calls very freaking well and with a lot of force and aggression. And so it pops out on film and it makes you just like, holy shit, man. Whatever the defensive coordinator, whatever they do with this defense, man, they have superior athletes, number 1. They can get after the passer. They can play run defense. They're good in the second half of the defense and third half of the defense. But we'll talk about that in a second. But offensively, let me tell you something. What's dangerous about this is, like, everything that we sat here and complained about Caleb about is something that Shedeur, like stepping into the pocket, he's kind of good at. And his accuracy, his long-range accuracy is pretty good when he has time. And what have we been complaining about for weeks? The lack of pass rush. So I'm telling you guys right now, do not be surprised if we don't get a pass rush on Shedeur Sanders, that he likes this shit to fuck up. Telling you right now. He's accurate. If he's got time, he'll light your ass up. I'm just telling you, bottom line truth.
Well, you realize we don't have a pass rush. I'm gonna say it like that because I've been waiting for one for about 4 or 5 years now. A whole lot of money been spent. Leo Factor says they're just throwing money in a hole, but I don't see any level of pass rush there. Austin Booker looked great upon his return and then has faded into obscurity. It's really unfortunate that that's what's gone on. But there is no pass rush to be found, not in the interior. You know what I mean? That's where we are.
You know what's weird about these two is where Caleb, like, they're the yin to each other's yang. Like, the downfield accuracy of Shador, his ability to be able to step in the pocket and throw the ball kind of on time, versus Caleb, arm strength is superior. Caleb's ability to be elusive is superior. And so everything, it's like they have the other one's worst qualities they're good at. It's weird.
Crazy. I don't know, man. I don't know how to handle it.
Dennis Allen has to use his coordinator wiles, right? And create some smoke and mirrors to confuse this rookie. Because whatever talent he may have, he is still a rookie. And take advantage of that.
Beautifully said. That's what they're going to have to do. They're going to have to run some games on the quarterback and keep him guessing. Let's just say that his ability to process is probably not, at the NFL level just yet. So that's you're right, Coach. That's what I would do. I would be blitzing folks and dropping linemen into coverage. I'd be doing some funky stuff just to throw him off the major read.
Well, I'm not a fan of that, as there was a play in the Packers game where Montez Sweat, right, dropped into coverage, and he was basically just covering grass, and the ball went 40 yards over his head into the end zone. I prefer my lineman getting after the quarterback. That's just me.
Well, Montez Sweat's probably not the ideal person to drop into coverage, though, but maybe he is. He's got the speed needed to cover somebody for about 10 yards and then hand off to a corner, hand off to a DB. But either way, I don't know, man. I don't know how they, like, and this is what I've been saying. Like, I don't know how they make a deep playoff run without any level of pass rush. It just doesn't compute for me. I don't know about anybody else.
We're gonna get healthier, and we're gonna, like, Tremaine brings a lot to the table as far as that goes too. Kyler used to bring a lot to the table. Who knows? Do we get him back? Do we don't? I don't know. But be honest with you, just to give fair credence to Montez Sweat is making plays out there, man. He's out there getting pressure. It's like, but if it would look a whole lot better if he's got somebody from the other side meeting him there. When you only have one legit pass rusher, it's a lot of times you can double team him, you can chip him. There's all kinds of different things that you can do to him to keep him from. And then when you got an offense that gets rid of the ball pretty quick, it's going to neutralize that anyway. So he deserves a whole lot more credit than he's getting too.
He's been playing decent football. He puts up decent numbers. I don't know if he deserves a whole lot of credit. In my opinion, he's doing exactly what he's doing, just a little bit less than what they're paying him for, just a little bit less. His game could be stepped up, but I'm fine with his game, and I'm also fine with what he's being paid. Like, all that stuff is fine by me. End of the day, it still ain't good enough. Like, it's still not. And this is not a shot to Montez. I'm just saying this defensive line needs more. They need to be more impactful. They need to be more disruptive, and they need to be behind. They need to be in the pocket, collapsing it on a down basis, and they just aren't. It's
what we need is those other guys over there, whether it be Book, whether it be JTS, whether it be Dom Rob, need to step it up a notch. They were like missing in the pass rush department. You know what I mean? It's the only people that you see putting real pressure on is Montez.
It's Montez and Grady Jarrett right now, with a little bit of Gervon Dexter sprinkled in. But on the other side of the ball, ain't nothing going on. And
I'm telling you,
you can't manufacture a pass rush out of that, man. You just can't.
This might sound like the damnedest thing to y'all's ears when I say this, but I will stand by my words. Shedeur Sanders, if given time, which if we don't get the kind of pass rush we need, he's gonna have time. He will absolutely rip this fucking defense. I'm telling you guys right now. They gotta rattle him. They gotta disrupt him in the pocket. And mainly, if you can disrupt him from the middle, that's particularly good because he likes to step into the pocket. So that's really where you want to get a lot of pass rush. Get him off of his mark and get him moving left or right, then you got you a game. But if he's comfortable stepping into that pocket without Grady Jarrett or Javon Dexter in his face, we're gonna have a long fucking day.
Yeah. Fine. I do have faith in the secondary to some degree with regards to what Shedeur Sanders may get up to, but even then, with all the injury on that secondary, it's tough to count on folks, man. It's just tough. No Tariq. Jalen Johnson's looking like a shadow of his old self. No Kyler. It's a little bit tough back there. You can only, thank the gods, man, for Kevin Byard and Nashawn Wright, who's really stepped into to being a player on this team. Outside of that, I'm really hoping that Tariq can get back to form and maybe find his way on the field. Where they put him and what they do with him, I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be a rotational thing with Jalen, or if he gets that side of the football again, that side of the field again. I don't know. Tough sledding, man. It'll be an interesting game.
This is one of those games that I'd have some corner blitzes dialed up on him from his weak side, his blind side. So coming from his left side, that would mean Nashawn Wright. I'd send him a couple times on a blitz, something that he doesn't really expect coming. Especially when he's got screens dialed up and you can see obvious screen plays being set up to the right side, send the corner blitz on those kinds of things. Shedeur's ways that you can rattle a rookie, particularly one of that rookie, get pressure from the inside with Javon and Grady, but every now and again send a cornerback from his blind side. That'll rattle his ass a little bit. That'll get him kind of happy feet. He'll start looking around a little bit. And, just there's ways to get to this guy. There's ways to get to him, and you don't have to always get it off your edge rushers. There's ways to get to this kid.
Well, like I say, I'm less worried about Shedeur than I am about the state of the actual pass rush on this team. I'm worried.
This is easily one of the games that was the scariest to me when I looked at the roster at the beginning, and I still feel that way now. Scary. I know what that defense can do.
I don't feel that way at all, and I understand why you would feel that way, especially early in the season. We had no idea what was going to happen on the left side of the offensive line. No clue. For all facts of reality, it was a turnstile for the first couple of games. Now it's starting to really look solid. I think we're okay over there. And when I say that, I mean the kid's done great against Max Crosby. He did really good against Micah Parsons this week, right? Like he did. I can only expect that he's going to do pretty decent against Myles Garrett. Is he going to shut down Myles Garrett? I'm going to say doubtful.
Hell no.
You know what I'm saying? Myles Garrett's a little bit of a monstrous human being, and he's going to get back there, be disruptive, and get to the quarterback at least once, if not twice, maybe more than that.
They're going to have a special plan for him, Canuck, number one. Number two, that man has 20 sacks on the season already. Two, this dude, let me tell you something. I'm telling you where he's particularly dangerous. I think I heard Ben Johnson actually say that. I thought I heard him say that in a press conference earlier this week or something, or today. I don't know. But when I'm watching him on tape, when that guy gets out in that wide 9 stance, for people that don't know exactly what that means when the edge rusher goes wide out away from the rest of the defensive line, and he's way away from him, and he attacks the quarterback from that position. That's a wide 9. And when he's there, you better have somebody there to chip him so that he doesn't get to a run and start, because I don't give a shit what you do. Once he gets to a run and start, he's damn near unstoppable. Ain't shit you can do about that moose when he gets a run and start at your quarterback. You better have a plan for whenever you see him flex out to the wide 9. There better be somebody, whether it's tight end, running back, and a tight end, and your tackle. Get 3 motherfuckers on him. But you better be aware when he flexes out to wide 9, get somebody for his ass, because he's coming. And ain't nobody that all he's thinking is, oh, he don't give a shit about what Chicago thinks about Ozzie Trapil. All he sees is a goddamn rookie, and I'm about to eat.
Well, my thoughts is they may layer in 2 rookies. May be some sort of a jumbo set with Theo and or Luke Newman. I can see them doing something along those lines just to keep him.
Newman's on IR.
Yeah.
Who is Newman?
Yeah, he's been on IR for 3 weeks.
Newman on IR. All right, fine. Then Theo Benedict it is, if that's the case. But definitely a couple of chips from them tight ends, man. Try to save a little bit of grace. Chips from those RBs as well. I'm really, that's one thing to just say out loud. I really like how both these running backs have been performing in pass pro. They're doing a great job,
man.
But yeah,
y'all probably think I'm over exaggerating, but this game worries me.
Like, this is a 3-win team, so I'm not extremely worried. I am going to say that they match up very interesting against us at this present time, given all the attrition and injury that we've had. It'll be an interesting football game. I think it'll be a very well. I expect us to win. I expect it to be uglier than it should be.
Unnecessarily, bro. It's don't underestimate this team whatsoever. I don't care what no maniacs. I don't care what that record says. It doesn't matter. When one thing about teams, football teams, you all know this. You don't have to be damn nuanced guy to know this. You can tell when a team has got momentum. And I know I had to watch both of those games just to have some idea of what they're doing lately. So I had to watch the Cleveland game against the Titans. And I can tell they've got momentum. They feel good about what they got. Even though their season is over, they're playing for their future and they feel good, man. Something about inserting Shadur in that lineup, and he ripped it. Man, he got like 350 yards, 4 tutties, and he looked good out there at times, really good at times. And you can tell the team is feeding off of that momentum. On the sidelines, that's when you can see a lot. Watching from the sidelines, you can see people being energetic over there. They're feeling themselves, and this is the team now. We are not the team that we was starting the season when nobody gave a shit about the Bears. It's just another game on somebody's schedule. Now the Bears are potential playoff contenders. They're pretty much all they gotta do is win a game or two and they're in there. Now everybody, especially a team like this, wants to do what? Kids and coach? Take them down, right?
Yeah.
Play spoiler.
Exactly. That's why it's scary.
That's it. And they're also trying to like establish themselves as a team. It's taken them a minute to do that. Just given the quarterback carousel that's ever present in Cleveland. But they might have found a guy who fits that bill. It sounds quite a bit like they have found a guy, right? That's kind of how it sounds like to me with Shadur Sanders. He's playing some decent football as of late. I like his football makeup, just big, tall, fast, as well as decent arm, pretty accurate, and willing to step into the pocket before rolling out. He does a lot of things that I appreciate from what I've seen so far. We'll see it up front and close this weekend, but I think that's an important factor. They're trying to establish what 26 is going to look like in 25. Bears are trying to win in 25, so a little bit different. We thought we were on the establishment tier, but that's now changed. They're playing for something, which is great to see. Let's see if they can continue to play for something by beating the Cleveland Browns.
All right. Last thing I want to say about this is, everything that I said about what they're playing for and what we're playing for. One good thing about this team is have we lost 2 games in a row this year?
Yes, the first 2.
Okay. Earlier in the season, right?
Yeah.
I just don't see this team playing taking back-to-back L's. I do believe that we'll win this game. We'll find a way to get this bad boy, but I don't think it's going to go the way a lot of people think it is. It ain't just no gimme on the no. Fucking Browns are too good, man. And I'll tell you another guy that's playing real good football for them, and you can see it. You're probably reflecting in your fantasy numbers, kids. Is Harold Fannin, the tight end, playing some really good football.
If we want to talk about that, all 3 of the their offense isn't really to be slept on, right? Like, they're not doing anything. Again, 3-win team. But at face value, let's look at the offense. So yes, Harold Fanning has really grown into a pretty talented tight end threat. You then have to look at Judkins running the football. Judkins is great. Another area where you got to go and take a look is at those wide receivers that are over there. And we're talking about Cedric Tillman, who's a pretty darn good wide receiver. And on the other side, you've got Jerry Jeudy, who's an amazing wide receiver. So it's really been a question of Shedeur Sanders gaining an understanding of the overall scheme, and as well as gaining chemistry.
Don't forget about that deep ball threat, Isaiah Bond, they got.
Oh, that's right. Isaiah Bond will take the top off too, right? So they've it's just a matter of Shedeur getting comfortable with those receivers, right? Like, that's really where he is. He's starting to. It's only been a couple of games for him. As that bond and rapport builds, things will be easier for Shedeur and the team. They're smack in the middle of all this relationship building, if you will, and
look at that.
Somebody had to say it in the chat.
Leo knows what I'm talking about.
Even versus the 49ers, Browns had a good game. It was Browns special teams who gave up bad field position several times. See, interesting. Yeah, we don't want to win on a special teams gaff, but I'll take the W. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, I'll take the W. Facts of the matter is, I'm just a little bit worried of how this is all going to shake out. This could be a daunting offense that we're looking at that might just finally be finding itself.
All right, man. Yeah, this just with that team starting to move the ball offensively, they were having a terrible time moving the ball with the quarterback shuffling. Ever since, I think they had the first couple of games were all right when they still had old man Flacco. They were decent, but everything came to a screeching halt when he left. Everything. They put Dylan Gabriel in there, and shit just didn't work out right, man. The shit was just going left, and it ruined their season. But insert Shedeur Sanders, and all of a sudden that offense can move the ball, and now they're playing a complete game. It was just the defense out there playing too many snaps and just out there too much. They're a dangerous team, man. I'm just telling y'all right now. But I believe the Bears are going to beat them. They'll find a way to get them. But they're going to have to crack. They're going to have to do it in a way that doesn't look conventional. Like I said, throw some cornerback blitzes, a couple of linebacker blitzes from the middle, and you got yourself some turnovers there, man. I think some of that will produce some turnovers. And then, if you start putting that kind of pressure on them, you start throwing in just errant balls down the field, and then you got Kevin Byard on the back end of that. So there's ways that can work out for us very, very well, but you have to.
Well, according to somebody there in the chat, right, the starting center is out, and they have Tevin Jenkins on their line, and we know how to confuse him. So the front four, right, should run a lot of damn stunts. No blitzes, all automatically necessary.
Somebody's trying to kick Tevin in the nuts.
Yes.
Kevin's going to be playing right guard in this game, I believe.
Are you sure? Does he start? Because I don't think he does.
He's going to start.
Why?
Because somebody's hurt.
Oh, okay.
They lost their center, their starting center. I think we were after him at some point. We were trying to get him. I forget, it's Ethan Posich. And I think Bitonio got hurt too. If I'm not mistaken, Bitonio is either the right guard or the left guard. So whichever one, Tevin is playing for the right guard.
They have a laundry list of injury as well. It's unfortunately just not with folks that
Look at this go. Tevin Jenkins revenge game.
It's funny. It's funny to think about. It's potentially possible, and let's just say it like it is. Somehow the Bears have a tendency of losing to these rookie backup quarterbacks. Just kind of how things have worked. So, I wouldn't be shocked if that's the result. I'm just hoping that it's not the result, because they should not be losing to a 3-win team at this point in the season.
Yeah, man. If you're for real, like we feel like they are, you don't lose this game.
Yeah.
There's no losing this game if you're for real. You gotta win this game. And I'm not saying you gotta go beat the dirt off of them. I'm saying get out this motherfucker with a dub. I don't care how you get it. I'm not particular about how you get a win. I just want to win. Get the wins you need to get, move to the next opponent.
Slightly particular about this one. I'd like to see them beat up on somebody. And why not the Cleveland Browns?
I prefer they beat up on the Packers.
Me too. But that is yet to be seen. I still think we win that game if we have a couple more bodies back, but we'll see if we get some of those bodies between now and the following week.
Indeed.
All right, Coach Trippin, since you're substituting there for any other Bears conversation, did we miss anything? Is there something?
How much do you think the weather will play a factor in this game? Not only with special teams and field goals and extra points, right, or PATs, but with the passing game. Will the quarterbacks wear gloves, or will both teams lean more on the running attack?
I think it's going to be it's going to impact the play calling. And so what you might have scheduled, the plays that you pull up for this game. So you got all these hundreds of plays that you might want to put into this play sheet for this week. It's going to narrow. You're going to probably get a little bit more creative around the line of scrimmages. So that means a lot of screens, a lot of runs, a lot of tight end drop-offs in short areas. So you really want to focus on the short game. Down the field, I don't know that you can haul in too many of those plays. And I think it affects it in that way.
My answer is the same. A lot of running the football. That's my thoughts. Ground and pound and see what happens. That's my thoughts there. Try to take a lot of the onus off of the quarterback's shoulders again, if possible, just to avoid that. Oh my God, my fingers are cold. I'm throwing ducks. So that's my 2 cents there. But Caleb Williams has come out and said that he does not feel the cold. So I will take his word for that.
That's the first time I call him a goddamn lie.
Just first time?
You're a goddamn lie. That's the first time I ever would say that.
Okay.
He's a lie. I don't know what he lied about that shit for.
Me either.
He know he lying. Shit.
It's cold, man. If we're talking -20, that really isn't a joke. It's not something to mess around with. You hear me, cold as all hell. And you got to commandeer a win at the same time. Gonna be tough.
You know, me being from this climate and used to cold, like me and Trips are, like you are, kids.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna tell you that some cold, like there's cold that affects you as a football player. And to me, most of the time, it's when you're hitting, it just feels different when you're cold, man. Everything freaking hurts, man. That's why I was telling you on your show, on your fantasy show, that 225-pound back in where is that, Washington? Chris
Mm-hmm.
Rodriguez.
Yep.
If they playing somewhere where it's cold, good luck to the defense because they're gonna be hurting. That shit makes a difference. But that being said, they both have to play in the conditions. There's no okay, this is going to affect this team more than it affects the next team. You both got to play on the same field in the same conditions. So we don't. That's this. We got to win. I don't give a shit what we do, but I do believe it's going to have to be. You're going to have to really, really execute in your blocking plan because I don't see them throwing the ball a lot down the field. I'm sure they'll take a shot or two, but I don't expect this to be an aerial attack. It's just going to be a ground and pound. Let's go and whip their ass and get the hell on out of here.
Yeah. That's my expectation too. We'll have to see, man. We'll have to see. I just wouldn't want frozen fingers to be fumbling footballs, right? So try and keep that on the ground.
All right. Since you're here for Coach Trippin, since you're here for Triple R, man, I got something that we need to talk about, man. Here I go again with a dead mouse. I got to open it up. Hold on. Again, I keep saying every week, and it seems like I'm beating a dead horse, but I still stay firm to this, man. Prepping, I've heard somebody tell me that prepping and the amount of people that are prepping for a disaster has gone up somewhat like 220, 300, almost 300% in the last 6 months. And, again, people have always looked at these people as the crazies amongst us in societies. And I understand why people think of some of that. Some of this stuff goes way over the top, and I get it. I totally get it. It goes too far. People are spending hundreds of thousands and sometimes millions of dollars for this stuff, and I almost feel like it's a sport for a lot of them. But me, I'm very practical when it comes to this. I do the sensible thing. I wonder what you are doing right now to try to prepare for anything that might come off wrong in society. Here we go. So what we have here, fellas, it says 3 bare minimum must-haves in preparation situations. There's 6. So this is just 3 on this screen. But let me not talk too much and let me give it to Coach Tripping to explain what we have on the screen.
Well, yes, over at Sports Chicago Style, right? Sometimes we talk about these things, and as Triple R, as I fill in for him, we have spoken about some of these. And these water purification tablets, 200 doses for $32. That gives you 200 doses, however amount of water those will purify, whether it be a cup or a gallon. I'm not sure, right? Can't read that bottle.
More like 5 gallons per or something like that.
So 5 gallons per pill. So do the math, and that's how much water you can purify, right? Because that's one of the most important needs that your body needs is water. And when you're out in a survival situation, there will be no purification or filtering through the natural sources. So you're going to have to inject your own. So this is a $32 investment that hopefully you will never have to use. But if you do use it, your body will thank you. The second item, right, is a solar power bank with 4 USB ports for $42. That means it's a little handheld device, right, about the size of a cell phone, maybe even a little bit smaller, right? And you can sit it in the sun, and it will charge itself. And now you can plug other devices into it that it will fit, and it has adapters that will fit most things that need power. Now, granted, in an emergency situation, you may not be using your cell phone, but there are other items that you do need power for. And the next one is one of those. It's a headlamp to illuminate the darkness, which it gets every night, right? And if it's an emergency situation, it could be dark during the day too, because you don't know what the situation is. But you will need a light for illumination so you can see what you're doing. And to survive, that will be a comfort. And you can recharge that for $23. That's what the unit costs. But you can use the pack together to recharge your headlamp. So you don't need to use the batteries. You don't need to order them. You don't need to go to a grocery store or convenient mart. You can do it by yourself with the use of the sun with these two items for $75 for the both. But then water purification you will need as well to go in your kit for your safety as well as survival.
Any thoughts, Canuck?
These are all things you definitely should have. The portable aqua, that's pretty cool. I've never seen it. I've never seen pills that do a full 5 gallon.
It's potable, like
Potable.
Potable water. That's what this makes. Potable water. That means water that can be consumed.
Interesting.
If
So
you've ever been on an airplane, right, you will see the tanks getting filled in the plane. Sometimes it says potable or non-potable. Non-potable is a non-drinking part that they put in the lavatories and such. Wash hands. The potable water means it's edible.
Okay.
Or consumable.
Very cool. Solar power bank, most definitely. That solar situation will definitely help you out. You really want more of a full-on generator, but this will get you by in a pinch. Especially if you're in mobile capacity, if you're walking around, carry this thing around with you, and you've got some juice. The headlight, I'm a little bit less. I don't know about the headlight piece. Is like, you can just get a regular lamp. Regular.
I mean, this is very important because I'll tell you why. It's because you never know what situation you'll have yourself in. You may not have the option to have a lamp in your hand. You might need to be toting multiple things in the dark, and you want to have your hands free, right?
So from a hands-free perspective, I see the value there. For me, my thoughts immediately go right to cell phone. If you've got a power bank and you can charge your cell phone's got a flash that should suffice as a pretty decent, a pretty decent lamp in a pinch. But that's me.
I think all three of these are must-haves. They are absolutely must-haves. I don't care. Now the thing is that, like, I have, and I'm gonna replace mine. I'm gonna change mine out with the headlamps. Let's just start there. With the headlamps, I have battery-powered headlamps that don't have a solar, panel to them. But I am going to change those out for solar headlamps. This is much more efficient. At the end of the day, you want to use the natural resources to their best advantage, and the sun is your best resource that the world has. The earth has one resource that is above all, and that is the sun. And the more things you have inside your planning kit to keep you going, the more things.
Okay, hold on. We got to talk now. So is there actually solar powered headlamps?
Yes, bro.
I'm going to ask the weirdest question now. If you're devoid of light and you require a headlamp, how are you to get it charged by solar power?
What do you mean if you're devoid of light?
Well, under the pretense where you would use a headlamp, there would be generally less light involved, right?
So you
charge during the day.
Right.
So you charge during the day. Okay, all right, cool.
You just got to make sure they get enough charge to last you through however long you need it.
All right. Okay.
Because when you want to make dinner at night, you don't make it all at night. You start prepping it during the daytime. Okay. And this is part of it. If you have an emergency situation where you have to make a fire, you have to make the fire and check that. You have to get the materials for the fire during the daytime. This is something else that you still have to plan for.
Okay, I will accept this as a viable answer. This makes sense.
So if you're doing a kit and you're starting to make some plans, my suggestion to you are the best you can. Some of these smaller items, these more efficient little items like this one in particular, and then one next to it, is get as much solar as you can get. It's great to have solar and battery compatible devices or whatever you're trying to use, but make sure you have that as an option as you're starting to build your situation out. You want to use the Earth's natural resources to the best of your advantage. And to me, this is the best thing you can do, is make sure you never know when the next time you might get a pack of batteries, or if there's some you never know. But if you have this next thing to it, this USB power bank, these things are pretty powerful, man. These things are pretty powerful. I have 4 USB ports, $42. Also very important in your arsenal, man, because your USB is these things, your phones and any other device like a phone, any other device like that is going to all be run off of USB. If you got a power bank that can charge you up, that you don't have to use, like per se your generator or something to be powering stuff up, this is a solid side option to make sure that you can power up the little things that's going to keep you going, your communication devices. So this is very important. But the potable water, this thing right here is, you can buy a bunch of this stuff for a very little money, and eventually this is going to run out too. But let's just say you're one of those people that don't believe that society is going to break down. If it breaks down, it ain't going to break down forever. We'll be back running in a couple months or something like that. Then you are one of those people that's going to need some of these aqua tablets, potable tablets. That's what you're going to want. But this is not a long-term strategy unless you're going to get cases and cases on top of cases and spend tons of money on this stuff. This is going to also run out. So the truth about water is, if you want safe water and sure safe water, you're going to have to boil it. So any other thoughts about this, man? I think these are must-haves in your tool bag.
If you cannot find a power bank, right, that is solar, they also have some that are crankable, and you can crank them and charge them up. And then they also have some that are combination solar and crankable.
That's very cool. The crankable and solar, you're almost certain to have some level of electricity, regardless as to what's going on around you. So that's a very, very key add-on to have.
All right, y'all. Let's just watch it with the language in there, you guys. We gotta watch that. This is YouTube, and I have to delete comments when I see bad cuss words in there. Y'all be a little bit better than that. All right, we got another. That's something else you need to look at. Very underrated things, man. This is actually 3 more. Coach Trippin, you want to start? You can go right ahead.
Well, you have zip ties. They're 120 heavy-duty variety, right, for $5. Those are very helpful if you have to not only restrain somebody, but they are good to connect things and support things and tie the things that you may need for your survival, that you never know, that you need to strap something to or seal or whatever. They are very useful, very easy to use. A pack of lighters, $50 a pack for $10. Fire is one of the utmost important needs. Now, it may be difficult getting a 50 pack of lighters if you're in mobile, right? But if you have a secure location, that's fine. But I would recommend, instead of the lighters, get a flint and steel to carry instead to make fire. But also, for your first aid kit, you need surgical gauze pads, 200 piece, $5.
Go right ahead, kids.
Dennis Reynolds Tools. Yes, Brandon B. I'm with it. So for those of you who are Always Sunny in Philadelphia fans, yeah, this sounds like stuff that Dennis Reynolds would use on a date night, or potential kidnapping support items. All that being said, yeah, zip ties, if you need to tie something down, man, good to have, quick and easy, or tie someone down, as the good coach mentioned. Lighters saves you from doing all that flint jazz, right? All that rubbing of sticks together. I need my tools. Oh, that's funny. Surgical sponges as well. That's good stuff to have too. Just for for first aid purposes. So I at $4 at $5 for 200 a piece, you should probably get a couple of those, man, just to hold you down. Same thing with the lighters. All three of these things at the price point. You probably want to, a little small stockpile of each, so that you're well taken care of when what hits the fan.
Whenever I'm doing this and I'm bringing this portion to the show, when I'm producing this stuff and I'm thinking about what to do, what to bring to the table, I start thinking about myself when I first was enlightened to this world, and what would I need to do to start myself off. And that's where I kind of go. I kind of go there. And this is just a lot of this stuff you might see at your damn grocery store aisle when you go in the checkout, except probably the surgical gauze. You probably got to go to the pharmacy area or something back there to get those, but they're very inexpensive. Say somebody gets a wound, you know what I mean? Until you get to a point where you can get that wound sealed up, whether you got glue, whether you got somebody that knows how to do a stitch or two, whatever, you need something to plug that wound. If somebody's bleeding out and you stuff a bunch of these in somebody's wound, you just gave that person some more time, or yourself. These surgical sponges or the gauze are very, very important to your kit whenever you're getting yourself started. This is very important. Don't overlook this. Make sure if you can get. See, the thing about these items is you don't want to go out and go get a whole bunch of this shit unless you just got buku money. You just piecemeal this thing, man. You go out and get you some stuff when you got some time, you got some money, you start adding it over time, and next thing you know, it starts collecting up on you. Also, lighters, man. We're not cavemen. There is a whole flint thing that we talked about on a previous show, but then there's an easier way. You can go get a whole bunch of goddamn lighters, crackhead lighters, for very cheap. And I suggest you go do that. Whenever you got a couple extra dollars and you at the checkout line at your bulk shopping store, get you a whole bunch of goddamn lighters and start stashing them away. They last a long time. And I can't even tell you how many uses you can come up with for 120 heavy duty zip ties. I think these are about 14. The standard is about 12 to 14 inches zip ties. You can do a whole lot with those. There's too many things to mention right at this point, but you can do a bunch with some zip ties. You can secure a situation that you may or may not have screws for, or things like, or nails. It's just a bunch of different ways to make a zip tie effective. I can tell you a ton of them myself, but since we're doing this show, I don't have the time for that. Any other thoughts about these? These are very economical, very practical things that you, over time, you get some here, you get some there. Next thing you know, you got a bunch of stuff stored up for a situation. Any last thoughts on this?
No, these are all viable survival tools, as well as potential kidnapping tools for Dennis Reynolds.
Exactly. You want to have as many resources as possible. Hopefully you never have to use them, but if you do, you will be happy you planned ahead, right?
All right. So the last part of the show, any other thoughts about survival? I'm open to listen to it, but if not, we're gonna move on to the last part of the show, which is what I came to talk about. I don't know about you guys, but if y'all ready, we can go ahead and do it, unless y'all got other thoughts.
Well, you need to come up with some also improvised tools that can be used as weapons for self-defense in a survival situation.
Improvised tools, huh?
That can be used as weapons.
That could be look like violence or something. I don't know. I have to look into that and see if we can pull that off, because I know what you're talking about.
Are we just talking blunt objects here, Coach?
Well, they could be everyday items, whether it be blunt objects, whether it be car antennas, whether it be anything that you find in the public. The point is knowing how to utilize it as a tool for self-defense, how to swing it, how to manipulate it with your body, and where to strike on the attacker's body to cause the maximum amount of damage.
The coach is right, man. We should have totally went down this road with him joining the show today, and he would have definitely showed us like a wrench. There's a great
What
right.
we can do is I'm working with Trip, and we are using improvised tools, right? And we can do something in the future as we are doing the channel at Trip Kundo for the practical uses of those, but we can do something on here as a demonstration as we utilize each tool that we come across.
All right. I got a funny feeling Coach has a secret fantasy about hurting people.
You don't have to enjoy it, but if you do, don't.
Well said, Coach. Well said. All right. Yeah. Yeah. Y'all are just screwed in big cities. Keep it real. You're probably right. But hey, like you got to try to go out.
I don't know why people think because they're away from the big city they're somehow safe from anything. That ain't shit.
The only thing is the amount of people, the numbers.
No, he's right. There's
strength in numbers, and there's also weakness in separation.
Yes.
Well, it becomes a resource thing, and if you're in a city with a large population and there are limited resources, then it becomes a dog eat dog world.
If you got resources, you don't have to worry about what the next man got. I'm just saying. All right.
If you got resources, you're not next to the next man. Because the next man's going to try to take your resources, which is why you need self-defense tools.
This is why Coach Trippin is bang on. When you have your own resources in the city, you have to at some point defend your resources, protect those resources, because what you ain't got, somebody else might want. And what you do got, somebody else might want.
Indeed.
I pray we never get into a situation where we have to go at each other over resources, because it's really not necessary, man. It's just ways to avoid any of those kind of inconveniences, let's say. If you prepare yourself, you don't have to worry about some of these things, and you can sustain yourself for quite a bit of time. You get efficient in how you go out and procure food, procure water, and those kinds of things, and treat water. You learn the basics. There's always ways for you to take care of yourself without having to go get into armed conflict and get yourself hurt or hurt somebody about it. And there's ways to do this shit. And I know everybody thinks the worst when it comes to this subject, but it don't necessarily have to go down like that. That's those are my thoughts.
I'm just saying every zombie apocalypse movie or doomsday strategy film, at some point raiders show up and they ain't friendly. You know what I mean? So you have to be prepared, because that's what's going to happen, right? You're going to look at a situation where you might have a faction and a clique of people that you are, protecting and are building with, but that doesn't mean that there isn't another faction of people who are looking to take your stuff.
Hey, man.
I am Negan.
There you go. That's a great example.
I am not. I have that side to me where I will unleash complete hell on you if you cross a certain threshold. But I'm definitely a peaceful person. But much more, I will preserve myself. I'll just say that. But I'm not. That's not my first instinct, is to go
Brandon
out.
B, man.
Yes, somebody.
Yes, it is the world now, minus the apocalyptic part. But yes, I'm with you.
All right,
yes, Brandon. Coach Trippin is a character. I've been called that many times, but many worse things. So I will acknowledge character.
All right, we got some other stuff we got to deal with, because I asked you guys, and I hope that at least somebody in the chat spent a little time, and it's only $14.99 now. The last time I talked to you all, the age of disclosure is on Amazon Prime for $24.99. Now it's down to $14.99. to me, that's a little pricey. I'm gonna wait till it come down a little bit more, but I've seen enough excerpts of it so that it's the most powerful thing on any app, any streaming app, whether it be Netflix or whether it be Prime. Outside the Diddy documentary, this is the hottest thing on the planet right now. Just saying. But we need to get into that, man. We're gonna start this conversation off kind of like this. Okay, so if you're new to the channel, and I see a few new people in there, quite a few new people. Last week, I asked everybody that could and had the means to do it to go check out this documentary called The Age of Disclosure on Amazon Prime. Like I said, in this, I've seen enough excerpts of it where I can talk on for days about this, but I'm not gonna do it because I had a conversation with kids about it. He said that he was gonna part a little bit of time to check this out and look into it and see what he can, discern from what he heard. And let's just start with you there, kids. Did you learn anything? Did anything pique your interest?
Yeah, no, I didn't get the chance to do it. So I'll be completely dead honest about that situation, to be frank with you today. I'd had some business stuff bubble up on me and I didn't have the time to do it. But I meant to do it. There you go. That's the answer I'm giving you. So okay. I'll do it back at you. And I'll ask you to give us a little bit more on the idea of this documentary, because it sounds interesting, but the questions are like, what are they disclosing?
Quite a bit, kids. Quite a bit. In fact, this goes to the highest levels of the government. Let me give you the backstory. So I don't know the guy's name. I had his name written down, but I didn't do it for the show. I'll do a little bit more as we get more into this documentary and after I get to actually see the whole thing. But I've seen tons of excerpts of it, different people saying what we talking about, the highest levels of government. So there have been people we saw on one of the earlier episodes of doing this stuff and some extra sauce. We saw a Senate committee hearing. No, it was a House committee hearing. Remember that show?
Mm-hmm.
Where they were talking about all the stuff that they saw and all the stuff that they were reporting on, and they're trying to get some exposure to what's going on, and they're trying to get the government to tell the public what they know about this. So long story short, this is years in the making. And what we know is this is from the highest levels of government. We're talking about Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense, current, not yesterday, not 8 years ago, not 16 years ago, current. This goes back, talking about the disclosures, going back all the way to the first Bush. No, I take that back. Is it the first? Go ahead, Coach.
Well, it's not beyond the realm of possibilities, right? Or reality that the government lies to you. Whatever the subject matter may be, whatever era it may be, there are factions within the government that have their own agendas aside from the government's own agenda. So whatever factions those may be, they have their own operations, how covert they may be, whether it be space stuff, whether it be covert CIA stuff, whether it be covert drug stuff. The government does that because they have the resources and they have the power. And those people with the resources and the power are often very little people who just want to control others. So they use that seat of power to do that. And whether it be good or bad, whether it be corrupt or not, the people in the country and the world just have to suck on it because the government's only so big and the millions of people will never know the truth.
Well, here's what I know from the documentary, and I can't call it fact, but I can call it what I heard, and this is coming from officials in the government. They're speaking to this as fact. I'm going to say this. We have retrieved not only extraterrestrials, we have retrieved extraterrestrial technology. And what they're doing with that technology, it's right now in the hands of private contractors who are trying to reverse engineer this technology. Not only do the United States have versions and different pieces, we are not the only ones that have this stuff. It's the Russians, it's the Chinese as well. This is reported in this documentary. It's all over the place. And what I know is what's dangerous to me, as soon as I heard the fact that this technology is in the hands of private contractors, that's what worried me. It's bad enough that it's in the hand of the government, which is violent. We live under a violent government. That's bad enough. But now you putting it in the hands of private contractors who don't have any kind of jurisdiction over them. I don't know how I feel about that. What do you guys think about the thought of that?
Well, it's kind of reality. Private contractors, right, have been doing the bidding of governments, particularly the United States, around the world. They operate in the shadows of the military, but do their own covert operations, most of which are corrupt and have their own inside personal things that they want to accomplish on their own agendas. So this is nothing new. They just change the names from era to era, and they get government contract after government contract. Then they utilize those resources, sell them, or invest into the private sector, and then make billions in dollars on top of the government handouts. So it's all a money grab as well as a control thing. Despite whatever the technology is, people will profit from it, government or not.
Well, the best part about it being private contractor case scenario is that you can't, like, they don't have to report to the people, right? There's
no jurisdiction,
right? There's no jurisdiction there, right? So once they've captured this, alien ship crashes at Roswell, you pick it up, you break it into pieces, and you start to reverse engineer what it can do. At some point, the idea is generally, if it's a governmental body, you have to disclose that information. You have to share that information with the general public. Whereas the facts of the matter is this information has been suppressed forever. The worst, well, I don't know if it's the worst part, but it's just the most interesting part is if you then take that stuff and push it into the private sector, they don't have to tell anybody about it. All right. So that's an interesting piece to all of this. A lot of speculation is around with respect to, cellular technology, Wi-Fi, 5G, 6G, things along those lines are things that folks are suggesting might have been reverse engineered out of alien technology.
Maglevs.
By the way, let me real quick, if you guys don't mind, Brandon. One thing you will never hear me particularly say is give you advice on what to do, what to think, or how to feel about any of this. All I'm doing is reporting to it and leaving the rest to you. I have not seen the entire, but I've seen enough excerpts from it, put it all together. And it's one thing I can tell you about this for sure is very, very little. And Trips can speak to this because he lives here in the United States. One thing we don't have is bipartisanship in this country anymore. It's very, very divided, and for a lot of different reasons. And whenever you get some bipartisanship on something this big, you feel like it's pretty securely something very real, man. You got both Republicans and Democrats in on this whole documentary, giving their takes on what they know. In private, you have to have a certain classification to get in some of these meetings and listen to some of the stuff that's said. Even in this documentary, which they reveal a lot in the excerpts I've seen, even they can't say everything that they've heard or seen. And so but that's what we've heard and what we know is still a lot. So how you discern whatever we're saying on the show, we're not telling you what to think about any of it, or don't take any advice from us. As a matter of fact, check it out on your own and come up with your own determination on what you think this is. That would be my advice to you. But carry on, Kez. I interrupted you. Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. I'll touch on just the branding aspect of it too. I'm watch the documentary. Feel free. We're not going to purport to being experts in this as a field. The reality is there is information that is out there that you can discern for yourself. And Minister Charles gives a very interesting secondary comment, and like the fact is with stuff like that, even if they're giving us some information, not giving us all the information, right? And that's where part of the problem comes from, right? That's half the issue. You're only going to get what they're only going to spoon feed you what what they'll allow you to gain an understanding of, and the rest will be obfuscated, because if everybody had all the information, people might freak out, and nobody wants the people to freak out, or at least no government wants their people to freak out, and that's kind of where we are. So like the way that I see stuff like this, just to give you a grander view, I don't know for sure that alien technology has been reverse engineered into our technology of today. I don't know. It's speculation from me. It would be speculation by this documentary.
They were specific, Kez. They said they are attempting to reverse engineer it. They ain't saying that they already have.
Well, so this is where you're saying they were specific, or they were not specific?
They're specific about they are trying to. We are not the only country and the people that are trying to. Not only us, it's Russia and China as well. They're attempting to reverse engineer this.
Yeah, so that's not specific. That's super vague, and I'll tell you why it's super vague.
That's why I said they probably not telling us everything.
This is what I'm saying. Like, this is why it's actually super vague. So Roswell happened when? Just as a for instance, right? Like, if Roswell happened 50 years ago, they potentially had 50 years to reverse engineer something out of that wreckage. Anything, whether it is
I don't know that this stuff, what they're talking about is something that happened at Roswell. I don't know that.
I'm giving you a for instance, right? I'm not being specific, right? So as a for instance, if there is a wreckage of any sort of alien craft and it hits the ground, you're going to confiscate whatever's at the site, and you're going to test it and look at it and see whether it do funky stuff. You know what I mean? You're going to see what it does, and that goes for any crash that may have happened, and we'll just say since the 60s and 70s. So again, it's the year 2025. We've had approximately 50 plus years to reverse engineer some of this technology and graft it into what we know today as standard regular technology. I'm going to assume some of this has already been reverse engineered and pushed into commonplace. Again, cellular.
You're really jumping the gun now.
Well, it's not a jump. It's not a jump. It's not a jump of the gun. It is actually like either it is or it isn't. And I just need them to say, yeah, we did that already. And what they're saying is, well, we might do it in the future, and that's some bullshit. Because if you're telling me that there's been a bunch of crashes over the years and a bunch of wreck sites, I just don't know, man. I don't know why they wouldn't disclose what they might have actually done if they pushed this into the private sector.
Well, I can give you a little bit of what I heard in the excerpts. One of the Bushes, I can't remember which one it is. I want to say Bush 2 got very, very close. Had
Bush 2 or Bush 1?
Bush 2, I believe.
Okay.
Bush 2, and they said that he got very, very close, but then got into a huddle in one of those skiffs, and they talked about, what kind of ramifications would a disclosure like this do to the economy? What will it do to the religious sects and all that kind of stuff that you have to consider in a society, you know, this flips everything upside down. And they talked him out of it. And from what I understand, not this last President Biden, but the first Trump term, he was very close to disclosing something, and they talked him out of it for the same reasons. And so here we are now with all that they know, and these people ready to disclose. They won't disclose it for the ramifications it might do economically. And, you know, religion is a big part of the world. And, you know, how would people react to that, man? Because that's the reasons they're saying why it hasn't been disclosed yet to the public.
Yeah, so that's a cop-out. I'm not saying that you're lying or something like that. I'm just saying it's a little bit of a cop-out. And why that is the government at this point does not use, okay, like a Muslim state would have a problem with that type of disclosure, because again,
so would Christians. Shit.
No, Christians would not. I'll tell you why.
I don't think so.
But I'll tell you why. So a Muslim state would, because the actual government of a Muslim state is backed by Sharia law. It's backed by actual religion, whereas North America, as a for instance, or even the UK at this point, they were at one point truly based on Christianity, but they're not governed by Christianity or any religion for that matter. And at this point, it's probably in their best interest to abolish religion across the board, right? Like this way you can just govern by means of government, period. And you don't have that as an obstacle or delineation or separate sect that you have to pander to, right? If you can abolish that at this point because it's not serving the government as a modicum of control, then why not do it, right? Interesting stuff.
Well, it becomes a lot easier to live your life, as I have decided to do, and that is being understanding history, that every government of every civilization around the planet has lied to its populace, whether it be for personal gain, right, or for civic safety. The lies have been told. What they are, I don't know. I don't care. It doesn't affect me, and if it does, it will. But until it does, it won't. I assume everybody's lying, for fuck's sake.
Well, here's another, and I'll tell you exactly who spoke these words, and he wasn't the only one. But the one that sticks out to me is Congressman Tim Burch. So you guys can go Google this. If you got your phone right now, you can Google Tim Burch speaking on this. So in a statement made in that documentary, he's speaking to this as fact. He says that there are 5 to 6 underwater extraterrestrial bases in oceans all over the world. 5 to 6. Now, if you know what I know, only 5% of the world's oceans have been even, looked at or gone to. Only 5%, and that means they've been to a lot of places, but only 5%. That's a lot of water that hasn't been traveled to. And so Congressman Tim Burch, if you got your phone right now, you can look this up. He's saying that he knows for a fact that there are 5 to 6 extraterrestrial bases under the oceans right now. What do you guys think about that?
Cool.
That's a great answer. I have no man. This does not surprise me. This honestly does not. They've done weird shit, right? So we worried about outer space. We don't even know what the fuck's in the water. You know what I'm saying?
Art imitating life, of life imitating art, with the city of Atlantis. We assumed that was a island that sunk in the ocean, and the people developed gills and able to breathe underwater or some shit like that, right? But what if they are from another planet and they decide that, hey, we can survive and breathe under here, and the regular humans, right? They can't survive under here, and we go fathoms and fathoms and thousands of fathoms deep, they won't bother us. We don't give a shit about them. How do we know that they're not down there?
Well, we don't know that they're down there living and breathing. That's where things go a little bit left.
How do we know that they're not?
We don't, because ain't nobody looking in the water. This is what I'm trying to say. Like nobody,
5%, bro. 5%.
nobody's looking in the water to see what the hell's going on down there. You know what I mean? Nobody's looking in outer space. I mean, nobody's really looking in outer space to see what's going on up there. So, you know, I can't necessarily believe anything anybody says about anything. Hence the reason why I'm the skeptic that I am. But with respect to like Atlantis, as a for instance, from what they say, it's more or less an island state, or a state that was sort of on the edge of Pangea. It collapsed, fell into the ocean, and this would more or less be what you're looking at, which does make a lot of sense to me, right? It makes sense to me that maybe there was again, state on the side that succumbed to a tectonic shift. That particular state, that area, that region, again, couldn't be saved and slid into the ocean. And this is what we're looking at this point. And like why I don't really disbelieve that is that I'm under the impression that if this place actually did exist, it may, you know, it may actually have been connected to, you know, the pyramids, right? Like the pyramids of Egypt. It would have been, it could have been a thriving society that might hold some of the true secrets as to what was going on well before standard society, standard civilization was put together.
So in the modern society, we only, let's just say time hasn't been tracked very, very far. You know, if you get biblical about it, you know, they say time started a couple thousand years ago or so, something like that. But to stay away from that, you know, we just don't know. Like from what was said in the excerpts, these entities have been here for thousands of years. Thousands of years. How many thousands of years? Not sure. But that's the report. Thousands of years, 5 to 6 known bases under the water all over the place.
Huh. Yeah, I don't know. Like that could well be. I just don't know. So you're saying they're bases?
Bases. Those words in particular.
Yeah, I don't. So like, I don't know what that means, right? Does that mean
a lot of things, man?
I mean, does that mean that there's live? You know, I won't necessarily call them humans because if they're talking underwater, it's either something that's fully fledged, set up for humans to live, or, you know, these are beings that can survive underwater.
Well, didn't humans develop from beings that were amphibious?
Yeah, right. Like that's like amphibious humanoids, right? Like that's, we're talking Namor here, right? Like or friggin' Aquaman. You know what I mean? Like that's
so that brings me back to this, man. And Super Clark Khan actually mentioned it. Let me pull this off the screen and go back to a video that we seen at this point a couple months ago. Let me pull this up. And I'm gonna show you something I found to be interesting. Now, a lot of people have seen it now, but I'm gonna show you guys again. I don't know if we noticed this the first time, but we're gonna show it to you again. There's something that happens in this video. Can you see this?
Yeah.
All right. So watch. This is the Hellfire missile video underwater of this object. And watch the particles that come off the Hellfire missile and what they do. I'm going to pause it when I see it. Missile's coming soon. Boom. There it is. Now the missile just deflected off of this thing that was totally unaffected by it. But watch this. You see those three little pieces that are right behind this object? There's three little pieces. You see it? Let me keep the video going. See, they're trailing it now. This is pieces of that Hellfire missile. So whatever it is about this object that's moving that this big Hellfire missile cannot do anything to, this thing has some kind of magnetic quality to it, or something about what's around this object is drawing those particles from that Hellfire missile and is making it travel with it. Those things should be going off somewhere. They shouldn't be nowhere near this object as it continues to move. But watch, it stays right there with it. This is another view of it. That's pretty much all I wanted to show you. I can show it again if y'all want to.
I have no idea what the hell I'm looking at.
You want me to show it again?
That won't help.
All right, I'll explain it.
Because it's just very gray and blurry.
I probably should. My bad. I didn't do this. Let me go on back to the beginning. Y'all should have told me. Here we go.
There you go.
Watch what happens when the missile hits it and pieces and chunks come off of it. Watch what the chunks do. Missiles coming at any time. There it is. Boom. Oh, let me go back a little bit. Boom. So there's the missile, the piece of the missile over here to your right. But there's pieces that broke off of that missile that is following this object for some unknown reason that really can't be explained. Those things should be way back there in the water, but they're following this thing. Look at that. See those three pieces right there? Right there. Continue to follow it. It's almost like this thing splintered off and it broke off into different orbs that continue to chase this thing, but that don't make sense.
Okay.
All right. That's it. Want to show y'all that.
I don't know. I don't know what that means, right? It could be a weapon.
Hold on, man. I got to get y'all on the screen.
I do not believe that we are not alone.
That is I remember somebody pointed that out when I got on TikTok one day, and somebody got this video and put it out there, and it just started going crazy. I'm just like, I didn't even fucking notice that the first time we saw this. Did any of y'all notice that the first time we watched it?
Well, I didn't notice that stuff followed the after the ricochet. I suppose I didn't notice that. I will say I have problems with stuff like this. I have problems with like why are you shooting? You're just shooting stuff out there. You're just blasting Hellfire missiles at random stuff.
I'm sure there was some protocol that came with it. It could be, it's an unidentified object in the space. I'm not sure where that happened at. I should have probably did a little more research.
You're saying that's underwater?
Yeah, bro.
So it's not even like this is why I'm weirded. So they're just patrolling waters, I guess, and blasting stuff.
Man, they got water under patrol around the world, bro. You got anywhere you go, there's something detected. Somebody's going to notice something on radar, sonar.
But we don't even know what's going on in the water. We you know what I mean? We don't know if there's bases in there or fucking if Atlantis is real. We don't know what's going on in the water, but we're patrolling them enough to find some sort of alien entity or something to that, some sort of unidentified object swimming super hard. And our brilliant answer to this was a bust caps at it. This is like the most American shit ever.
By the way, not only that is a Department of Defense video, official video. It's not something that was a defense video. And this next one this last one I'm about to show you all Let me stop that screen so I can show you this next one. This one is called the jellyfish. That's what they call this, the jellyfish object or whatever it is. Give me a second to pull it up. They call it the jellyfish UAP. We're just gonna start and we bring it back.
UAP.
This is also Department of Defense official video. This is over a military base somewhere.
Maximize this as well. So is this underwater or is this in the sky?
This is over a literal military base. This is right around. This thing is floating and flying around a military base. Check it out. This is Department of Defense video. Nobody just shot this in their backyard or in some. This is Department of Defense, the Department of Defense official video. They call this the jellyfish UAP. It's all over the goddamn place.
Did they shoot this one down too?
No, they didn't. You can see the aimer on it though. Now this one, I can half-ass believe this is some shit that if it's flying this free over a military base, this could possibly be some shit we design. Because it's something's supposed to get to it by now. Right? Why is that thing just flying freely over a military base like that? This must be somewhere in like Afghanistan because you can see the wreckage outside the base.
Oh, these folks just walking.
Just cruising. They ain't even see this shit. It's at night.
So what is it supposed to be?
They call it a jellyfish UAP. That's all I know. What it looks like to me is something upright, floating around. I don't know that we have anything that can be just doing this without no
of course
not without propulsion underneath it.
You could use magnets.
Oh, here we go again with that one.
But look at how close to the ground it is. The ground, like the Earth is magnetically charged. It's polarized. So if you provide the reverse polarity, you can move without a trail. You can reflect off of the Earth. It's a proven. It's fucking proven. You know what I mean? It's something that actually works. It's technology we don't use for some reason. I don't know why. Like the only application of this technology that I can speak to is in like supersonic trains. They utilize that for supersonic trains. That's part of how
maglev technology.
There you go.
It says Department of Defense video, Mr. Charles. That's why.
Magnetic levitation.
Basically a hoverboard, brother. Like, yeah, Patrick, that's exactly what I'm trying to say. Like a hoverboard from Back to the Future, fucking God knows when, would work in the exact same manner. Like my questions with stuff like that is always like, so like the DOD didn't make this thing. You know what I mean? Like this is just the first question I have.
That's the first thing came to my mind. That's why.
You know what I mean? Are we sure the DOD didn't make this thing? They have a pretty good reason to Brandon B. That's funny though. Brandon B uses it with his girlfriend. That's
Here's the thing. who just mentioned that sphere? That's Patrick. Patrick Higgins says, "Did you see the video footage of the metal spear?" That's coming. We're gonna get to that.
Does it float?
There's a lot of orbs.
Does it float?
It flies. It moves around erratically. It's crazy.
Magnetics.
There we go. Well, you're gonna have to one of these days. We're gonna have to give another explanation for that. Yeah, because I understand the theory. I understand where you're coming from because that's how magnetics work. But it's that's kind of wild to me. But then for another time, we'll get into it, man. But there's much more as far as those orbs go, they're all around the world, not just over here in the United States and different parts. They're like literally all over the world. People are seeing these orbs. Then there's this whole thing with the boogosphere. I don't know. I think I told kids about this. That's a whole genre within itself. You know what I mean? It's a lot going on out there, a lot of unexplained stuff. And that's part of why we do the show, man, to get into some of those conversations. Again, we're not telling anybody what to think. Just deliver you the information. You can decide what to think of it. But that's the show, man. Please make sure you guys let us know in the comments section what you think about all that we talked about tonight, in particular this part. Of course, you always can tell us about how you think about the Bears like you always do, but let us know what you think about what we're doing on this section of the show in either aspect of it. Man, we would appreciate that commentary, man. The feedback would be great. So let's give some pleasantries out before we get ready to get out of here.
Yo, big ups and shout outs to the chat for being a lively bunch. Thanks as always. You guys were awesome throughout all of the content today, whether it was Bear stuff or blasting UFO ships or doomsday prepping and the whole shebang. Thank you very much. We appreciate all of that. Mad shout outs to Crimson, AC Adam, Minister Charles, the Scrolls, Patrick Higgins, Paul Rodriguez. Dr. Earl was in the building here today. That was great to see Dr. Earl. Brandon B, thanks for coming through. Hawkeye, big ups to you. Good conversations across the board. We like to talk about this crazy stuff. Hey, Jojo, big ups to you as well. Yeah, the Bears could use some of that wild alien floating technology. Maybe that interception would not have taken place this week. But what can you do? We'll reverse engineer something for the Packers, episode 2. Anyways, man, big ups to the coach for joining us tonight, man. Big ups to the coach representing the team at Sports Chicago Style. Give them guys the love, the love they deserve. Like, share, subscribe, comment on their feed as well. We are triple streaming as we always do. Do the same thing over at Kedza Canuck. I know that guy would love it. Mainly because I'm that guy. So give me a little like, share, subscribe. I'd appreciate it. Come check me out on a Tuesday, 7 Eastern, 6 Central for some super flex fantasy football action. And also do the same thing with this guy here up here, and that's Nomad right here at the Nomad Network. Give him again a like, share, subscribe. Become a super no maniac and or no maniac. We appreciate it. And
he said coach look like he's in an undisclosed military base as we speak.
He might be, man. Don't underestimate the covert ops that might be going on up to my left, right? So all that being said, man, big love to all you guys for jumping through and chatting it up, because that's what we do, man. We like to put out these weird things and have just random conversations about it and chop it up with you guys and see what your thoughts are about all of the above. And it makes for great discourse and differentiated discourse outside of the standard Bear stuff that we generally do. Speaking of which, we will be live and direct here this weekend, calling another Bears game. We'd love it if you joined us. It will be Bears versus the Cleveland Browns. And my expectation is that we stomp a mud hole in there, you know what. So, Coach Trippin, how are you feeling?
Thank you, Nomad. Thank you, kids and no maniacs and super no maniacs, for allowing me to sit in. Thank you, Triple R, as well, right? As for the promotions, Sports Chicago Style, that's the channel that we do our pre and post games. The post game for the Packers should have been up already. I do not know the schedule, but it should be available for view very soon. And then we'll have our Browns pregame coming up. So make sure your notifications are on and you are subscribed to Sports Chicago Style, also known as at the handle RRSCS. Give Chef Trip some love also at Chef Trips. He has his own channel, as well as myself, Go Trippin', and Trip, the adorable one, right? At Trip Kundo, TRIPPKUNEDO. And I look forward to seeing you next time, and we can talk about some improvised tools or weapons.
All right. Again, man, I thank you all for being here, man. It's a fun show. It's always fun for me to do this stuff. And I want to, first of all, let me make sure I give Coach Trippin a thank you for being here for Triple R, man. We appreciate you sitting in for him, man, because we got to have that third wheel here, man. And when he ain't here, it's not right. And so we appreciate you being here, man. Come anytime you want. You're welcome back again. Anytime you want to come through, just let us know. You got a seat here. But also, I just got to remind you guys, man, please let us know in the comment section what you think about this content we produce. You like it, let us know. We'll produce more of it because we do respond to feedback, and we would love to know how you guys like this kind of content because we got way more coming if you enjoyed this. Trust me when I tell you, man, it's much more levels to what we're talking about here tonight. But I definitely appreciate you guys rocking with us. If you're new to the channel, make sure you hit the subscribe button. Make sure you hit a like and a subscribe on all three stream networks. That is Kids of Canuck and Sports Chicago Style. Man, we appreciate you all, man. But we got to get ready to get out of here, and we look forward to hearing the feedback. Got to leave you all with these famous words. Love, peace, and hair grease, y'all.